Hello, hello, my native inhabitants of the TMI podcast. Welcome to another episode, UFC edition, my first ever UFC watching the game edition in reaction. Because I almost was just going to jump on here and just listen and just, react to whatever Mikey K and Joe Rist are talking about. As if I didn't hear the same thing in the group chat. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to bring out my super box. I'm going to hook it up to my other monitor right here. And I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit. And I'm going to watch the game while y'all watch me. Like, we're going to watch you get what I'm saying? And then we get a live reaction, man. I wish I would have had this back in the day when Chuck Liddell was playing. You know what I'm saying? Fighting and Rampage Jackson and who was the one named Brock Lesnar? Who was the dude from Brazil? The tall dude. Lanky dude. George St. Pierre. Yeah, UFC. I feel like UFC is kind of lost. They don't have as many superstars as they used to have. Like when we had Tito Ortiz and BJ Penn and Ken Shamrock. You know what I'm saying? And Chuck Liddell, Forrest Griffin. We had mega superstars. Yeah, UFC back in like 2000, between 2006 and 2009, game over. Remember that fight? It was Quentin Rampage Jackson and Forrest Griffin. And they were on the show, The Ultimate Fighter. They were both coaches. And at the end of The Ultimate Fighter, they fought. And that was right after Rampage had beaten Chuck Liddell for the championship. And so when they fought at the end, Forrest Griffin beat him. And it was a crazy ass fight. Like, that fight was crazy. I'd never seen Rampage get beat like that before. Because I think he was undefeated at that point. Pretty sure when he beat Liddell, he was undefeated. And Chuck Liddell and Rampage had a history. They fought in, prior leagues and stuff. And Chuck Liddell, I think, lost to him then too. So, like, I didn't really know that. And then when Rampage stepped in the ring, I was like, oh shit, Chuck Liddell don't look like he's got confidence. But Chuck Liddell had already been winning for a while, and he was a champion. So, eventually someone's gonna beat you. But Chuck Liddell was badass. I miss watching Chuck Liddell. I miss watching Chuck Liddell like crazy. What's up, Ali?
Not much, man. How
Chuck
are
Liddell was the man. Like he was definitely the man. Like, I miss. And UFC is still good now. It's just like I said, they're just lacking superstars. But what's her name is coming back to fight? Ronda Rousey? When is that? Is that tonight? If it's not tonight, I know that it's going to be sometime this year because I saw a poster for it. So that I think she was one of the most, and I don't really like watching the females. This is like the only sport I don't like. Like, I talk about every women's sport on here, but women UFC, I don't know. It just kind of hurts to see women beating up on each other. I don't know. It just kind of hurts.
The Ronda Rousey fight is actually not on UFC. UFC would not make a deal with her. Just so you're
who's the promoter?
They're on that MVP or most valuable promotions.
Isn't that what's his
It's gonna be on Netflix.
That's where I saw it. That's what I saw. It was a Netflix advertisement. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
But Ronda Rousey, okay, I'll watch her fight, but I don't know. If it's not like a superstar, I don't know. It's just hard to watch.
I think it depends because I actually like the women fights. I think sometimes they're more aggressive, bro. They're the fights, and sometimes, in my opinion, are better. So I don't know. It just depends. But I do agree. There are some fights where it's just like, oh, that was boring. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not as, I don't know. I just don't like seeing women all beat up.
Oh, I get you. I'm there for the violence, bro. That's if I'm in fights, I'm there for violence.
And I've watched the Lingerie League.
You watched the Lingerie League?
Have you ever seen the Lingerie League?
Yeah,
the football league?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Them chicks are fucking badass, dude.
Yeah, they can lay a hit, bro. So,
but yeah, I miss me some good UFC. I saw a lot of people on social media today talking about the fight or fights. I don't know. So it'll probably be on around 9 p.m. here. That's when the main fight is. So
yeah, it's usually late.
It is.
Should be coming up actually soon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I don't miss about living on the East Coast is having to wait till freaking midnight to see the damn fight. Gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm glad it was peak UFC when I was 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. Even though I had to work at 7 a.m. on Monday. It's hard to get out of that schedule when you have to be to work so early. Staying up late and shit. So what's up, everybody? It's still the off season. I think we let a player go.
Alec Ingold, man.
Alec, yes.
The mastermind behind the motivational emails that used to get sent out to everybody. So I just wish they used that motivational emails to motivate Tua more. But
yeah. Good luck with that.
Speaking of lingerie league, I don't think Tua could last 2 seconds in that league, to be honest.
He'd be he could be a starting QB.
I don't know, bro. Some of those women, I see them lay a hit, bro, and I think he would come out with permanent brain damage. Just gonna say that.
He'd have to wear a Guardian helmet.
Maybe a couple of them.
You have to wear a double Guardian helmet.
It's true. That is true.
G2. We got the new G2 for 2026.
There you go.
We're gonna test drive it on Mikey K.
Speaking of which, I got something for Michael K in regards to sustainability. So
nice.
Last time I was on your show last week, I talked about high bar or humbly, I think is the more version that my wife gets, which come to find out high bar is a little bit cheaper, but they're the exact same thing. So that's the good news, right? So
cheaper?
High bar is slightly cheaper, and they
give you
a little bit more. They do give you a little bit more.
That makes me happy because that's the one I push a lot, and now I can say, hey, it's cheaper than I know it's for a fact it's cheaper than competition. So
yeah. I haven't tried high bar yet. I'm gonna try it.
Oh, dude, try the shampoo first. Try the shampoo first.
Okay, I will. And
the conditioner is a little challenging because you need more of it, but the shampoo fucking suds up like crazy.
But this is what I had for Michael K. So in addition to using high bar shampoo or conditioner bars, you can also buy all natural bio soap bags, which actually is pretty much an all natural loofah, if you want to call it that. So when you get that bar down to when it becomes a lot smaller and you're starting to run out of it, you don't have to let it go to waste, man. You can put the rest of the bar in the bag and use it as a loofah on your head and even on your body if you get the
even if you're not going to throw it away, it beats the little tiny bar of soap slipping around and then you got to catch it.
Oh yeah, that definitely too.
Because that motherfucker.
But you can get these bags on Amazon for about $6. Just so you're aware, they're all natural bags. Net weight. I'm sorry. Let me tell you what it is exactly. They're soap bag, natural Sisal soap, saver bag pouch, mesh, net waste, plastic free, exfoliating, foaming, and drying soap holder for the shower. So check it out.
Catholicism isn't the only thing you converted to, Ali.
For the record, Night Wolf, this is the first time I've ever heard the word loofah being used on the internet. So thank you, Ali.
Oh, you're very welcome. I just want to, give props to Tonk about sustainability. Leave me alone. So just saying.
No one's teasing you. We happy.
Yeah, definitely.
Color's been waiting. He's been waiting. He was at the bus stop.
Yeah, I was trying to be polite.
Michael K says he only used solo cups once. I don't even want to know what he used those solo cups for.
Probably 2 girls, 1 cup.
Oh God, I think I want to.
That's why he only used it once. Because it was 2 girls in 1 cup. It's okay, Mikey K.
Actually,
I mean, what do you expect? He's out. I've been to that region of the United States. There's nothing out there.
Well, first
there's
of all,
a city, and then there's nothing, and there's a city, and then there's nothing, and then there's Montreal, and then it's just just bring it on.
Don't give Michael K too much credit saying that there was 2 girls in 1 cup. With him, it's just him in 1 cup.
Yeah, I'd rather go with the 1 girl and 2 loofahs.
Actually, that's something I can get behind, to be honest.
Sounds like a sustainable practice to me.
Oh, shit.
We know Ali is all about sustainability now.
As of right now, yes, I am.
I mean, he's dipping in.
Hey, there's a lot of stuff definitely.
But
How you guys doing, man?
regardless of why, you know, you're making the switches, I'm glad that it's working out for you. I'm glad to hear that you see what I'm talking about. And I'm glad
Definitely.
that it's working for you. Like when people make changes to their daily lives, you know, if someone's used to the same thing over and over again, that's getting out of their comfort zone and to try something and then see, you know, the difference it is and like really like it. That's dope,
Yeah,
especially
definitely.
when it, you know, when there's a lot of purposes served with the you know, the changes that you're making.
Absolutely.
You know, and
Color,
like
I'm doing
and think about it like this too. Right now, you know, prices are going up like for gas and oil and shit. Plastic is made out of what? So
Petroleum
if you're
distillates.
buying things that don't have plastic in them, then you're kind of staying away from the trade embargo.
It's true.
Um,
Color, I'm doing good, by the way. You asked how we're doing. I'm doing good. Every day is 4th of
that's
July.
good, Ollie. That's
So.
good, Ollie.
Good. That's good. Any word from back home?
Not. We haven't been able to talk to anybody, but
Yeah, I
will
didn't
say
suppose. I just thought I'd ask.
based on what I've been tracking every day, nightly, daily. In fact, I just looked at it a few minutes ago. It's not. It's very targeted, and they haven't been around those targets. That's the good news.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen a lot of videos of people coming out of their homes and, you know, and there was one video where there was a group of people and, you know, they're kind of getting excited because the oil refinery nearby them got destroyed.
Yeah, that shit is
And,
crazy.
the one guy, you can hear him, you know, I watched this guy Tusi, and he's an Iranian host that kind of translates what they're saying in the video. And he's like, the guy's telling him, calm down, it's okay. You know, we're not in any danger. They're, you know, he's trying to tell them all that we're doing things to keep them safe. You know what I mean?
Color.
As safe as they can be.
Although Color is going to be a little bit shocked by this. Mahyar Tusi is who you're referencing. He's a friend of my family's.
Oh yeah, he's a really good dude, bro.
I watch his show daily, bro. That's where I get a lot of my.
Are you ever in his chat? Because I've been all in his chat the past couple of days.
Bro, I'm in his chat all the time.
Yeah,
in fact,
20% of the world's oil comes from
another person to watch is Armin Navabi. Armin Navabi.
Yeah, I just caught him.
But you know what? It's like I see people talking. I see people complaining about gas prices.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Florida in 2011 when it was over $4 a gallon in Florida?
Yeah, Tonk. And you know what?
So
oil
like,
was
yeah,
then?
it's costing, but like gas is there's always bullshit going on that's causing gas to go up.
Tonk, they're freaking out about oil, but you know what oil was in the year you're talking about? It was 129 a barrel, dude. And that was down from 160.
And I live in Seattle, and gas is always fucking expensive here. I go to Florida, it's crazy.
What's
cheaper.
happening is the gas refineries, the gas companies are using people's fear of the oil prices going up to gouge the gas prices. That's what's happening right now.
Because they can't. They've been fucking lying.
But there hasn't been a lack of supply, despite what people think and say. Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. The war just happened this week. We're not already it takes how long for a ship to go that far? Like, what the fuck? It takes a week to go around the fucking world in a ship that weighs 10 billion pounds.
The thing that flew by everybody quietly was that Saudi Arabia released like a whole bunch of supply to the market like 2 days before the strike, dude.
Probably on purpose. Probably on purpose because they knew.
People don't even realize.
They knew shit was about to go down. Saudi Arabia was in on it.
They've been with us the whole way.
This is one of the reasons why I've been supportive of this. Not only because of all the shit I see online, all the people that are singing and joining. You see Israeli flags, American flags, and Iranian flags all together. When have we ever seen that? The only time I've ever heard of that in my whole life is when I've been taking courses on the Bible and Jesus, and they used to have churches in Jerusalem that had Islam, Christianity, and Judea or Jewish all in the same church.
Well, First of all, when we've
at
ever
the same time.
When we've ever had that, I can tell you when we've had that prior to 1979 is when we had it, which is probably before you were born. Yeah.
Exactly. And like, it sucks what's happening right now, but like the shit I've seen women go through in that country, it's just like, and Jimmy Carter, what Jimmy Carter did.
Places in the world where that happened.
Fuck Jimmy Carter. Fuck Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, man, that was the biggest mistake, bro.
What the fuck was that guy thinking?
I don't know what they were thinking.
Shut up, Mikey K.
What? He probably doesn't even know what Judea is, bro. He probably doesn't even know where Judea or Samaria is. He's probably like, where?
He's like, is that the border?
No, Judea is a region, bro.
Yeah, Judea. Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot reading the Bible.
So it is funny, but yeah, that was all prior to 1979.
But like, dude, but honestly though, like, I've heard about stuff like that, of that true unity, but I've never seen it. Like, I've never actually seen it to where people actually want it. Like, it's a natural thing. None of that shit was forced. These people are not coming out there because they're forced to. They wanted to come out there and celebrate it. And like, I still have my issues with different countries in Israel and stuff, but I feel like right now they're doing like what this.
They're doing I agree. I wholeheartedly. I got the same sentiment as you, Tonk. There are still plenty of things that country needs to answer for, but going in and liberating Iran is not one of them.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think that's the bigger threat.
It's just hard. Like, it's just hard to take that side right now. But like,
I know, and everybody wants to jump on it like it's some big, evil thing that they're perpetrating. And it's like, okay, fine. But why does everybody think that we can't handle ourselves? We've already been in talks with Germany. Germany's going to likely be the ones to head up the reconstruction project. We're not, it's not as if like Israel's going to be the only one that benefits out of anything in this.
That'd be dope to actually see stuff like that happen.
Before we get into that, I think we got to get a little bit further into the fall of that regime has to happen first, right? Which will happen soon. I'm willing to bet maybe within the next 2 weeks, to be honest.
That shit's crazy, man.
I'm impressed with how the new German chancellor has stepped right into the
he's doing very well.
I'm really impressed, man.
But I want to answer something you said, Tom, because I've had this conversation with a lot of people. A lot of people are shocked how happy Iranians are for what's going on.
I'm not shocked.
So I've had to like kind of give them a history lesson of what's happened and why. There's another reason why they're so like, and you'll see it in places like Los Angeles. Even in Canada, they're chanting USA.
Yeah, dude.
USA.
Yeah, dude. I was gonna say, YMCA needs to pay royalties to Trump because it's like the most played song in the world, right?
Well, even in Iran, there's videos coming out. Luckily, because some people are still able to connect to the internet in different parts, right? Not the best connection, but they're at least able to get videos out. And you hear the guy saying, Darmegam. Darmegam means thank you so much. Great job. Keep doing it. There's one guy that says, Darmegam Trump, Darmegam Netanyahu, and stuff. He's saying thank you so much for what's happening, right? The reason they're able to click with Western world so much is because Iranians, not the regime, because technically the regime is not Iranian at all.
They were from Afghanistan, weren't they?
They're more from other Arab countries. But this
is Arab apartheid. Let's call it what it is.
Okay, that's fine. But let me just explain something real quick. Iranians naturally have Western values. They already click with us, and that's why you see people in Los Angeles chanting USA, and you see people in Iran that want to be free of this and want to be part of the Western world more than anything, bro.
Well, you can sum it up by just saying they speak an Indo-European language. Like, where's the argument from people is what I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Color, but for me, it's more like
the West has had their DNA in its gene pool since 200 AD.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's better said than I did. But they've had Western values all along, bro. They believe in secular democracy. They believe in human rights. And in fact, one of the oldest human rights was part of the what is that thing? The Cyrus
Cyrus
cylinder
Great.
thing. Yeah. Yes.
He's the one that liberated the Jews. And
yeah. I heard about him. Yeah, I heard about him in the Bible. He's mentioned in the Bible.
So the
original Cyrus, he was a Persian. Yeah. He helped. Yeah, he helped it. And actually, there's a meme that's been going around that shows him saving Jews from a long time ago, and then it shows Israel now saving Iran.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah,
one.
And I recognized it. I said, "Oh, that's the dude that was in the Bible."
They are returning a favor. Yes, you're absolutely right. And if you don't think that the Jews know that, then you don't know history.
Think about this real quick. When I talked about listening to the Bible, reading it, it's not so much like about the religious part. It's just the history that you get, and that's the only reason I knew who Cyrus was.
Yeah, I as well.
And you know what? Here's a story you may not know either. During the oil crisis of, I think it was like the late 60s, early 70s, there was a big oil crisis, right?
Yeah. That's what everybody alluded to in 2011. Like, oh, this happened, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't give a fuck that it happened then. Let
me explain. So the American Navy was running out of oil, right? And they were basically stuck in the middle of the ocean. None of the Middle Eastern countries, none of them or anyone would come to save them, right? But the Shah of Iran came and provided the U.S. Navy oil so they could get home safely and everything, right? So here we are, full circle, because you mentioned the Israel's saving Iran, which that is true, but the U.S. is coming to save Iranians as well, and that's something I'm very proud of our country. I know some people do not agree with what our president has done. That's fine. But you can't hold this person against him. He's actually you can't hold this agenda against him. He's liberating a country that has been a hostage technically since 1979.
Yeah,
right?
Ali, let me really quickly sum that up from my perspective. And first of all, this is by no means any reason to go to war, okay? But I think there's something that people have to consider. Okay, Ali, when was the last time you visited your cultural family?
1993 was the last time.
That's about when I visited mine in Germany.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just interesting how everybody in this country, no matter where your original ethnicity hails from, has the ability to go visit their cultural home, except for Persians.
Daniel Taylor,
Ollie, you even said that you couldn't go back to Iran.
No,
Arabs can go back home. I mean, anybody can go back. Even the Chinese. That's
crazy.
Encourages their expats to come back home.
So just to Daniel Taylor.
Cuba's like that.
I want to clarify something real quick. I have to address this real quick. Color, hold on one second. Hold on. Daniel Taylor. Thank you for putting the IR there, as in Islamic regime. Take the Iran out of that because they're not Iranian, as I already stated. The Iranian people want freedom, and they don't have any bad blood with Israel or the U.S. or anything, right? The Islamic regime does, and they're not even Iranian, right? If you go back to their roots, they're from other Arab countries. Yeah. They are not from
They're not
Iran.
Persian.
At all. They're not even Persian. You're absolutely right. But you can't just say Persian.
Okay, I don't mean it like I'm just saying like
no. Let me just clarify. You can't just say that because in Iran there's different ethnic groups that are Iranian, but they're not necessarily Persian. So that's why I call them Iranians. That's why it's
true. But they're Iranian speakers. They're not Arabic speakers.
I agree. But even the Islamic regime, they don't even speak Farsi very well. You get what I'm saying?
That's an insult.
It's not their language.
That's exactly what we're fucking talking about.
Exactly.
It's basically like a great example would be like Attila the Hun subjugating all the Gothic tribes. He had to learn their language to speak to them, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree.
Shit, I went to
German Goths to learn Hunnic. They learned Gothic.
It's just well, it just shows you. Look, I was in Mexico for fucking 5 hours, and I was starting to speak Spanish. Like, if you're in a fucking country, you can learn the language.
It's an attempted elite transfer. That's what they call the form of migration that the mullahs perpetrated on Iran. It's called an elite transfer.
That's what they were doing. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Hopefully we're gonna have that.
Sorry, man.
I mean, that's crazy to see those two countries, people, you know, especially like women, making so many videos about what's going on, even though it's scary and it's dangerous, but it's for the right reason. It's like, this is why we have success. This is why we had success as a country. It's why countries had success, is because they rose up and took their country back. It sucks. People are going to die, but like, hopefully this will never happen again.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I've had a lot of Iranian friends throughout my life.
This is what happens because we get involved.
This is a theme that I've had to listen to my entire life. I've watched these people suffer.
It's like, we shouldn't have got involved in the first place. And look at the
bleeding heart. I don't care.
Started. Like, you know, it's just a mess that the United States get these countries in, and we need to make up for that. Like,
yeah, it's true. Anyway, Tonk, I'm sorry we hijacked your show.
Liberals get to go around and complain and cry about everything my whole life, and the second I decide, I mean, you know what, I'm going to be the bleeding heart. You
got some stake in this. You know, you got more stake in this than a lot of people right now, and so that's fine to come on here and talk about it, and I respect it. So. And
the other thing, Tonk, is the same thing happened to my people, bro, and I just don't want to see it continue, bro.
I appreciate that, Color. I really do, and I do agree. The same thing happened.
For the rest of time, those assholes are going to have created an image that Americans have about Iranians that's going to last a long time, just like the image people have of Germans.
Well, yeah, but
I
don't think Iran will have that same image. With the way they're celebrating now.
Not as long as I have a breath to speak, they won't. That's a rich culture.
Yeah, exactly.
And it'd be really nice to visit the place one day.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Our entire world was founded on their culture. Y'all need to do a little research on how Judaism and Yahwehism itself was birthed. If you don't have the Persian Empire, you don't have Judaism.
Joe Rist, I want to answer this question because surprisingly, I know this trivia question.
Is it?
Is Iran where Aladdin took place? The original Aladdin that the story is based off of actually happened in China, number one. And then it became part of the Thousand Nights in Arabia, not Iran, Arabia. And then in addition to it, it was told by a Syrian storyteller. So no, the answer is no.
What story is that?
He's talking about Aladdin.
Oh, yeah.
I dare y'all to try to play that game, Aladdin. Try to beat that game on Sega Genesis.
Which one, for N64 or
no,
the game
it's Sega
for
Genesis, the original.
Super Nintendo was really good.
That's the same one as Sega.
Yeah. That one was good. I played that.
Yeah.
That story, Ali, is that Ottoman Empire old, or is that older than that?
Oh, I want to say it's older. But I
think it makes sense if they joined the Arabian and Persian themes together. If it was written during the Ottoman Empire, you know what I mean?
It actually might be because some people say it was part of when China, the ancient China, touched parts of Turkestan. So it's very possible.
Well, you also have the Hunnic migration from the Chinese regions over to the.
They should have came out with a sequel.
You know
so I don't like Disney because it's a bunch of pedos. But the Aladdin movie that they came out with in 2019 or 2018?
Will Smith version?
Yeah, it wasn't that bad, but if they made the sequel to Return of Jafar, that movie would be sick. Because that Disney movie, I went and saw it in theaters. That movie was fucking
Will
dope.
Smith Aladdin was not horrible. I will say it's not.
He wasn't the best thing about the movie. But I wish they would have made a live action sequel because that shit would have been dope. And then the third Aladdin movie was actually dope too. When he goes back and joins his dad.
Oh yeah.
Because that movie was dope too.
I was a big fan of 1001 Rabbit Tales, man, for Bugs Bunny. That was my favorite.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny.
I know Bugs Bunny, but I never heard 1001. That was
his first. That was the first.
Was that before he was on Looney Tunes?
No, that was the first Bugs Bunny movie. Tom.
Yeah, first Bugs Bunny movie ever.
I don't know.
Speaking of which,
because Taz was my man.
The second one was Quackbusters with Daffy Duck.
Taz was my man.
Yeah, before that it was 1001 Rabbit Tales.
I liked the movie Prince of Persia. Actually,
I was thinking about getting. I was wanting to get. I was like, I want to get a Taz tattoo, but I don't know. He's like, my friend's like, you should get a Taz tattoo with him wearing a Gator shirt. I was like.
Let's not forget about the Hashishin crew. The worldwide secret group of assassins. We all know where they came from.
Thailand?
No.
Philippines?
They're actually kind of they
I
were
think I
actually
played that
a
game
group
too. I think
they were a group of Muslims that were run by this guru that was like, I don't know if they were Persian or Arabic.
That movie isn't that bad either. The live action movie.
But they were used by kings all over the Middle East to assassinate each other. And the guru that ran them all kept them all under his spell by giving them hash. They were known as the Hashishans, which is where we take the word assassin from.
Well, where we get hash from then?
They were basically a bunch of potheads that sat around.
That's the side that I got from.
I gathered them all up and made them assassins.
I got throwing stars and weed.
It makes sense, bro. They were numb. They made their bodies numb so they could do shit.
They got stoned. Right. They got
that's how he
bros got stoned
and held the cannabis over their head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, you know what's crazy? And this actually happened in January 7th and 8th when the Iranian massacre happened recently this past January. And for people that don't know, the Iranian regime killed.
Well, that was they were because they were trying to overthrow,
that
right?
Supposed false flag AI generated. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What do you mean?
It happened, people. It happened. Okay.
Yeah, it did actually happen. More than 35,000 people got killed. I have boots on the ground. I know for a fact. All right.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to say about that real quick. It got reported that the Iranian regime were basically doping their own forces because they were having problems firing on their own people.
Of course.
So they doped them to be more lucid and be like, okay, I'll just do whatever you say.
It's fucked up. It's like this is why I support, and this is 100% why I support.
Well, that's why the dog lovers fed their soldiers MDMA too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They did that kind of shit. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, it's the only way to get people to be coherent is to get them to, like, not or just listen to your commands in a that shit's crazy. That shit's crazy. Fuck those people.
Yes, the Prince of Persia game on the NES is hard as fuck, but yes, I played it too.
See, I thought Prince of Persia was like a live historical version of Aladdin. That's what I thought it was.
No, Prince of Persia is about Prince Dastan, which Dastan in Farsi is interpreted as the hand, essentially. Dast is hand. So it kind of has to do with Darius the Great.
Right.
That was his stepfather. There's like a whole story behind it, but it's not Aladdin at all. The movie wasn't bad. The movie I actually enjoyed the movie. I wish they made a sequel, to be honest.
The one with Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah, it was not bad.
It wasn't. It could have been a lot worse. Let's just say that. Yeah. Like it could have been stupid, but
I kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Anyways,
I think we got. Is this the main event? It's 8:45.
Is it?
Is this the main event? I'm not sure.
We're talking about the people that invented the idea of good and evil.
That's true. This is absolutely true.
And some say monotheistic, but at the same time, they still had deities that were under Ashura Mazda that were not that were considered we would consider God.
Frivolous. I think this is the main event.
Who's fighting in the main event?
I just learned about Ahura Mazda, bro, and it got me thinking about linguistics, dude. It's obvious that's where we take the brand name Mazda from, right?
Holloway Oliveira.
But I was also thinking,
this is it. Yeah, BMF,
how would they have pronounced Ashura? They would have pronounced it Ahura.
What the fuck is BMF?
And eventually, that Ahura would have became Akura or Acura. We literally take the word accurate and accuracy
body slam the dude.
A Persian or a Zoroastrian deity.
Ashura. The old hugaboo.
Because Ashura was the height of precision, was the height, was the all supreme God of the universe, God of light. And light is the most precise thing in the universe. So that is where we take the word accurate from.
You know that light only goes at a 45-degree angle, and that's the only way it travels?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I'm taking 2 courses now on quantum physics and astronomy and astro.
Two Japanese auto companies
astrophysics, but it's hard to remember that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Damn, I didn't know you were getting into astrophysics. Talk, you're gonna be a rocket science.
It's hard stuff to. It's just I have to hear it so many times to actually start to understand.
Oh yeah. Tonk, if you want to really open your world up to that, dude, check out a book called The Quantum. It's about the entire history of quantum mechanics, dude, and how it was.
Was it by Bohr?
No, it's not. It's by a different author, but it's about a whole. It's about Niels Bohr and Einstein and all their conflict and everything. Bohr, you know what I mean? But it also teaches you what quantum mechanics is while it's telling you the histrionics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's good. It's a great book, man.
Yes, it is.
It's called The Quantum. The other one I read was called The Disappearing Spoon. It was about the formation of the periodic table. Freaking awesome book, man.
Okay. Yeah, I've been taking biochemistry. I like that course.
That's cool, bro.
Yeah, it's fun. Because now that I took chemistry and biology in college, so like biochem is just like both those 2 classes put together. So it's stuff that I remember learning. It's mostly about just like human cells and the building blocks, like amino acids and proteins and carbohydrates, lipids.
There's one element we named after Marie Curie, but since they wouldn't name anything after a woman back then, they named it after her home country, Poland, and it's called polonium.
I was gonna ask you, I'm not trying to be funny about this because it kind of sounds nerdy when I say it. Are you guys learning about like string theory and stuff like that?
I haven't even had that come up yet.
Well, it's kind of dying, Ali. They're starting to realize that it's a dead end.
Haven't even heard them talking about it in any of the courses I've taken.
Because they'll talk about I know they talk about like quantum gravity and string theory together. But I was curious if they're still talking about it because I do agree with Color that I think they're starting to disprove it. It's starting to be debunked, isn't it?
Well, what's happening is since it's been the main mode of science for the last 50 years, there's a big political fight about it now. So there's the string theorists and the non-string theorists now, and it's like nobody's getting anything done. We haven't discovered anything new in 70 years.
This fight was over early. He body slammed the dude. just owned him, and he was on top of him, and then they just been doing ground game the whole time, and he's just trying to choke him out. This is what I didn't like about UFC, is that so many fights would just end up like this, and it's like,
yeah, because they're too afraid to put themselves out there too much and lose the belt. That's what it is, man.
I like fights that are like multiple rounds. There's bloody broken nose, and blood on the
two guys that hate each other, and they're like, "Fuck the belt," and they just start going at it. You know
yeah, what I mean? I like those types of fights. But no, going back to astrophysics, Color, would you say that MOND? You know what MOND stands for, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that's like too old? Like, do we have to move
back? Well, it's coming back around, man. You know, because a lot of stuff got just shot right out the window because people were so enthralled with string theory. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So they're even pilot wave theory is making a comeback in some ways, dude.
I got you. Listen,
they've already brought back the ether. That's a given. That's Leonard Krauss. You know what I mean?
I'm not a like
Mikey,
an expert on this.
The only time you're 30 degrees is when the sun finally comes up in fucking Buffalo.
And listen, I'm not a expert at any of these topics. I just dabble a little bit, so that's why I asked the questions. So, yeah,
I have come up with.
I mean, maybe I didn't get far enough in astrophysics
causing the extra gravity
to hear about string theory, but I haven't learned about it.
Well, because it's starting, like Color said, it's starting to become a dead end from what I've read. I'm just,
but
curious,
I don't remember hearing about it in the quantum mechanics
people
class
think that we just discovered the Higgs boson, and that's not true. We already knew about the Higgs boson mathematically 70 years ago. They literally did the experiment just to get people excited that we observed a new particle.
So I'm really glad that I saw this the other day. This artist makes like art, like flowers and hummingbirds and shit out of math problems. And like using like a graph or a bar, like, you know, XY planes or 3D planes and shit like that.
Yeah, it sounds like Stephen Wolfram's
but like it's like I think that to me is proof that like you can define everything in life through math.
Yeah,
eventually
Wolfram claims he's been
eventually we'll be able to learn, like, mathematically prove God.
Yeah, Tonk. Wolfram claims that he's been able to mathematically derive general relativity out of his Mathematica, he calls it.
Because like it's like because it's a universal language too, especially stuff that has to do with stars.
Basically, he derived general relativity out of ones and zeros.
It's like it's how we're gonna figure out how to travel across the galaxies and shit. But I was like, holy shit, it was crazy. Like, it was like a fucking hummingbird he made out of math problems.
Speaking of good movies, now I'm like, I want to go watch the movie Interstellar. That's a good movie. Interstellar is a great movie. Have you seen that, Color? It's really good movie. You haven't seen Interstellar?
No. I don't like Jodie Foster, right?
No.
Oh, she's in Contact. That's what I'm thinking about.
Matthew McConaughey. And basically the world is ending, and they got to find a solution. And
I'll be right back.
Matthew McConaughey's character gets sent off.
Is that where he ends up like dying at the end, and like they knew that's what was gonna happen, his fate was? Or no, I'm thinking of that Robert Duvall movie.
No. Interstellar, like, he actually goes to, like, he figures out the fourth wall, I guess, or whatever. Like, he figures out like the second dimension or something, and they figured out a way to prolong human life, basically, in the earth and everything, through this way. And he ends up reuniting with his daughter, who at the time when he had left was a young girl, right? And she's like the leader of the human race, and like much older than him looking and everything. And it made you like really think about all these theories and astrophysics and what the possibilities.
Yeah, and the theory behind that is absolutely provable. Like,
yeah.
Like, there is no separation between space and time.
That's basically what it was playing out. Watch.
You either have a lot of space and no time, or you have a lot of time and no space.
Yeah. There you go. I really recommend the movie. Check it out. Matthew McConaughey, Interstellar. Really good. It's really good.
That's the actual, like, even if we were to be able to travel faster than light, we cannot get over the fact that everybody we knew 10 minutes later will be dead.
Definitely.
You know what? You can't change, even if you could go that fast and go anywhere you want in the universe, you can't change the fact that the moment you do, everything you knew is now 100 years old.
Absolutely.
You can never go back to the same point in space-time.
Invite people. Here we go.
Now, of course, you know, that is encouraging when you realize that the second your light started, the light that creates the image of your body was projected out into the universe since the moment you were born, and it's never stopped. It's out there somewhere. The image of you being a baby is out there in the universe somewhere at some point in space-time that can still be observed by a third party. Isn't that crazy?
Definitely. It definitely
That means there literally is no time. Like, your past self is still literally right here, and your future self is right here. It just depends on who's looking at it and where from.
Oh my gosh, this fucking fight is so lame, dude.
Color, check private chat. I sent you a link. That link goes to Armin Navabi's discussion.
Yeah, I caught him today. First time I ever caught his show, bro.
Yeah. So
him and a chick named Goldie.
Yes, Goldie Gamara. Iran,
dude, she's fucking. Dude, she's rough. She was banning people in chat, bro. She's like,
I will call you here in a moment after we're done with
trust. I still know what movie you're talking about.
The point of the movie is don't trust Matt Damon. Matt Damon, The Martian, I think it's called, or whatever.
Yeah, it's funny that he comes out with that movie after what the fuck is that movie we were just talking about?
Interstellar.
Yeah,
Martian's pretty good. I liked that part where he goes, "I'm gonna science fiction the shit out of this." I loved how he
right.
It was funny. But no, check out. This is his private discussion group where he most of his content comes from this group, and they hold some really intellectual conversations that I think
that's cool.
are up your alley. Every other day he has a open panel where you can go on. It's kind of like a big Zoom meeting, basically. And if you want to become a member, you can, and then you can go to the premium ones as well. But I've learned a lot. I've had some really great discussions. I think you should check it out.
Yeah, I'll have to register with this school site, but yeah, definitely. I didn't even know about this site.
Yeah, dude, there's so many different intellectual communities there. You can have all different types of conversations, and it's really in depth. It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I thought it was fascinating that the guy's name was Armin. You know, Ali, because of my interest in linguistics and and natural migration history and all that, dude. Armin is like a huge, big time venerated name in Germany, dude, because of the Battle of Teutoburg Forest.
Definitely.
Arminius was the Roman general or Roman commander that defected back to his Germanic tribe, and the Germans knew him as Armin.
Interesting. Very interesting.
The Romans called him Arminius.
That's funny. Real quick, Tonks. So who won the main event?
I'm having trouble here. Something happened. I can't get it.
Let me see if I can find out. Or maybe it hasn't happened yet. I know Baralho won. I know that fight. The middleweight.
There we go. It's still the same old shit.
So they showed a room full of loyalists earlier, Ali, chanting with the new guy, that's like drumming them all up. and there's like a whole big auditorium full of loyalists, dude. And I'm thinking, did they not learn the lesson about gathering in one place?
They're fucking idiots, bro. They are all idiots.
Oh yeah, that's crazy, dude.
You mean the entire army of loyalists left all in one assembly room?
They're like, all right, guys, let's huddle up now.
What's that comedian / commentator's name? Bill Maher or whatever. You know, he's usually really liberal. Well, you know, he's usually liberal, right?
Yeah, but now he's like switching sides.
Well,
because he found out that they drained. You know, after he learns that they drained the fucking pool that was supposed to save LA.
You gotta realize he's Jewish. He's gonna support action in Iran.
That guy. You know that they drained the reservoir that would have saved the LA homes. They drained the fucking reservoir.
Yeah. We're talking about the Palisades fire?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was all a land grab.
Anyways, what were you going to say?
Well, anyway, what I was just trying to say about him, I'm not necessarily a fan of him, but I just wanted to bring this up. So you even have the point I was making was you have people like him, right? Who's usually on the liberal side of things. He's actually even calling the stupidity of that regime, putting all the important leaders all in the freaking same room. Are you that dumb?
Well,
that happened. What was that country?
He's also a traditional liberal back when they used to support things like this.
So
he also hates Islam. He's a complete Islamophobic.
Who was that president and cabinet members in an airplane or helicopter in Northern Europe that got shot down and blown up? Remember in like 2010 or
I do remember
2008 or 2012?
I do loosely remember that, Tonk. I have to read.
They were like, it was like the president and all of his cabinet members on Air Force One and it gets fucking blown up.
Yeah,
I forgot.
Well, they also just, they just took out. Tonk,
I know that's totally separate than what's going on here, but
so Tonk, there's a German political party that's like, the traditional bring back traditional Germany type party, and they're like all of their like 5 or 6 of their what you would call their like local politicians on campaign that got assassinated, dude, all in the same day, dude.
Yeah, it was actually the Polish president. That's who it was.
Yeah, it was Poland. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it was Poland.
96 passengers, bro.
Yeah.
And they it happened near Western Russia.
When was that?
2010, April.
Oh, fuck, dude. Damn, that was the first fucking date I used. Damn.
So,
damn, that was good right there.
And by the way, just so
I remember my grandpa talking about it.
Just so anybody hasn't heard the latest news, there's been an attack on a U.S. embassy by terrorists in Norway.
Yeah, I heard about that.
We all know
there was an explosion. Supposedly no one's hurt though. That's what I've heard so far. I could be wrong about that though.
Dude, Norway. So those countries up there have let in so many people, and they've had so much bad shit happen to them because of all the people that they've let into the country. I'm not going to say who they are that they let in. You can look that up for yourself. But
Europe in general has that problem, not just Norway. Freaking Europe has had that problem.
But like growing up, I never heard of Norway have like it was all like it's supposed to be like it's like one of the happiest places on the entire planet. It's literally one of the happy like their credentials and like how they educate people and shit is totally different. And now they have like all these fucking like
but the people up in that part of the world have always fallen over themselves to like go be part of other cultures, dude. I mean, remember they were acting as mercenaries for Constantinople, dude.
Well, it's just like
you know what I mean, like and all kinds of Turkic khans and Muslim kings and everything. They've been everywhere.
So there was a dude in London, and in 2004 he blew up a fucking bus that had 20 people on it, right? They just let him go. They set him free in London.
When? Tonight you talking about?
No, like last year.
Well, somebody, some Kurdish
he
separatists
blew up a bus and killed 20 fucking people, and they let him go.
Some Kurdish separatists just attacked a bunch of Iranian freedom protesters in London today. They let the guy go.
And the guy that just, it's like they let these people in, like we let people into our country, and then they do shit like this.
So I just want to point out that in London, the mayor of London, who controls the Metro London Police, is from Pakistan. They are pro-regime.
Dude,
so
there's so much terrible, and like I don't like talking about other cultures and stuff, but the truth is the fucking truth. And like the stuff that happens to women in these countries now, because of who they're allowing into their country, what happens to women now, it's fucking unbelievable, dude. And it's because the women aren't dressed head to toe in a fucking burqa, and you can't see anything about them. So it's like, so that gives them an excuse to attack them and shit. It's just fucking crazy. It's like I shouldn't be called racist because I'm against that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucking crazy, dude. Like, this is why I'm so for Iran being free, so that they're rid of this fucking shit. And you know what's crazy is that the same shit I'm reading in the fucking Bible, what David and shit was doing, this is the same shit that's happening now.
Well, what's happening?
All the Crusades was against, Vlad the Impaler he was doing that to fucking Islam.
Yeah,
he said, we're gonna really fuck you up.
Why do you think they Why do you think
we're gonna really fuck you up?
Why do you think they made the Dracula story about him? Because all of the left in this world, couldn't stand.
They made him into an enemy.
Was fighting Islam.
He was. I mean, he might not have been the best person all around. I don't know, but like he was doing something that had to be done.
What they did was they purposely confused a practice that was common in the Middle Ages in order to instill fear in his opponents. He put his enemies on spikes and lined his road up to his palace with them.
That's what. Fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. And like, it's like, Joe, like, dude, there's the shit that happens to women in these countries because of who they allow to be in their country is unfucking believable. We already have enough problems with abuse to women,
his brother,
amongst ourselves, right? But like, if you're gonna go to another country, and if I went to Mexico and I started assaulting women, do you think I should be allowed to fucking stay there?
Well,
what the fuck?
Tonk, here's the problem.
No, get me the fuck out of here.
Here's the problem. People take freedom of religion to mean that you're allowed to come to another country where they have laws and ignore those laws because of your religion. That would be no different. Well, what I'm saying is, in the United States, that would be no different than if a Satanist said, "Judge, killing animals is part of my religion." No, we don't let that go.
It's just like,
we don't let Satanists mutilate
you can't
animals because it's part of their religion.
The shit, like, it's like, I try not to just sit and listen to the news.
I'm not trying to equate Islam to Satanism. What I'm trying to say is, freedom of religion has its limits. You don't have license to do whatever you want to do to people because of your religion.
Like, it's just, enough is enough.
And there are millions of Muslims that understand that. So this is not an attack on Muslims at large.
Like, you can, it's like if you need to get the fuck out. My
neighbors are from Morocco, and they're a Muslim family.
If you're gonna hurt the people that live there, you need to get the fuck out. It doesn't have nothing to do with race or gender or creed. If you're there and you hurt people, you should be incarcerated for a long fucking time, or you should be kicked the fuck out. Yeah. If I went to Canada and I was getting a DUI, crashing into people and shit, why the fuck should I be allowed to stay there? Like, what the fuck? I wouldn't expect anybody to help me if I went up to Canada and I got a fucking DUI. Like, what the fuck? Y'all would be mad at me. Y'all would think I'm stupid for doing that, right?
You know, Tonk, there's a little bit of irony in what you're saying.
Y'all would think I'm fucking dumb for doing that.
Tonk,
but if somebody comes here and does it, he's that you'll treat him like you wouldn't defend him. It's just like, fuck out of here.
Tonk, there's a little irony in what you're saying. Did you see the video of the California girl that her and her partner moved up to Canada, and they realized they can't get any work because you're not allowed to work on a tourist visa, and now they can't utilize any of the government services from Canada, and she's complaining about it. And it's like, wait a minute. So you understand that Canada can't do all that for you, but that's the reason you're fleeing America. Is because we're not letting illegal immigrants have all those services.
There's like, I've met a bunch of times taking a Uber ride to the airport. A lot of the Uber drivers are usually women from a country in Africa, and they move here. And I'm for this. I have no issue with this. If you come here and you can support your family and make a living and flee a country that is oppressing and harmful, I'm for that. And they're doing things the right way. They have their driver's license. That I'm for that. And plus, I get to learn about a country in Africa, because usually they're from, like, that's how I know some, like, about Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Sudan, Morocco, because I asked the women or the man, like, driving. Once I hear their accent, I'm like, where are you from? I'm from Morocco. I'm from Kenya. And I'm like, cool. How long you been here? Like, he's brought his family here. I that's the American dream. Like, that's what we want. That's what we want. Is someone to come here and have the American dream. That's what we want. So if that's what you're doing, then keep doing it. But if you're coming here and hurting people, there's no excuse for it. Doesn't matter who you are or what you do. I've left this country so many times, and I've never hurt anybody when I did it, regardless if you're in the country illegally. That's not what I'm talking about. Because people are trying to flee very terrible things. People come to the United States trying to leave very terrible situations. And I hope they can get to safety and make a life for themselves. That's what I hope. But if you're hurting people, then you don't deserve to be here. Regardless of how you got here. You can still not hurt people. In Florida, I knew so many dudes that were here, that were there illegally from some country in maybe Mexico or Guatemala. But they worked. They stayed out of trouble. And I'm not going to say any more than that, but they were nice people. That's fine with me. They paid, they worked and paid and helped themselves and sent money to their family and stuff. If you're trying to really do better in life, then I'm not gonna judge you for that. But if you're hurting people, then I am. So I've seen it, I've been among it, and there's no excuse for violence and any terrible shit that happens. If you're coming here to try to better your life, then that's what you need. Go watch what Arnold Schwarzenegger says on The View. Watch what he says. Even them chicks shut the hell up when he started talking like that. They're like, when he started saying you should put back into this country. He said, when I came here, I gave back to this country after I had my success. And they're all sat there like this. Didn't say fucking nothing. They thought he was going to come on here and complain. You think you can get Arnold Schwarzenegger to fucking complain about something? What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, you're trying to get Arnold Schwarzenegger to complain about something? Are you fucking kidding me? It's the Terminator. You think you can get the Terminator to complain about something? Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Tong, get to the chopper.
You can't get him to. He was the original person hunting fucking Predator. You can't get him to complain about something. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, if anyone respects what you can do, it's him. Why would he? But like I get heat when I say things like this online because of my skin color. Like I'm not affected by it, or I haven't lived it or experienced it. It's just like, or I'm racist or something. Like there's a story I'll eventually tell someday about my mom and what happened to her. I'm not going to get into it right now. But I have personal experience with this stuff. And so when I see a country being liberated, like that is fucking amazing. It's truly amazing. So
yeah,
and like there's other countries involved in shit. They all want the same thing too. They all want the fucking same thing too.
Well, Tonk, what I can't stand is these people with 1991 takes who think we're living in 1972, you know, who after 4 days of war are like, oh, this is dragging on forever.
It's like, yeah, I know. It's like, no, this is like the most efficient way to defeat a regime, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's the most efficient way. They're sending missiles 1,200 miles and they can hit a fucking garage door or go into the fucking bunker from 1,200 miles away. We lost 6 lives already, and they brought. Do
you realize they took out the
today? I think
they took out the illegitimate. I'm sorry. How do you say they're not legitimate? They're illegitimate.
Yeah.
Yes. Illegitimate supreme leader.
Yeah.
In 42 seconds into the war. 42 seconds into the war, they took him out. Right? Never have you ever seen. Come on, the United States has the most powerful military in the world, bro.
I know.
Do you know they're using stuff now? In fact,
and what's crazy is Israel has the second most, right?
I don't know
and that's like who's helping us.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I know the U.S. has the number one. But I'll say this. I'll say this real quick.
Well, we give them.
That's true. That is true.
Like if it's not if we're not using it, then it's second best, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but let me just tell you this real quick. We are actually using technology in this war that has never been tested before, right? I don't know if you know this. Certain ships have
sounds like Trump to me.
Have
it's AI technology too.
You know,
yeah, but let me just get this off real quick. Some of the warships that we have are fitted with anti-artillery or anti-ballistic missile weaponry that uses laser beams. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
they are fighting missiles with fucking laser beams.
Yeah. We have directed energy weapons for the first time in war theater.
Yeah.
Yes. So they're using that.
And they fucking turn on like
drones. They're using tons of shit, bro. It's not even
the other trope that gets started up right away is we have no clear plan to the end of the war. It's been 6 days, people.
Yeah.
Like, what are we supposed to? Just because this reminds me of football fans that are like, just because the organization isn't telling us what they're doing, they don't have a plan.
Speaking of the cabal,
and then we find out, oh, we just got Tyreek Hill. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I thought we didn't have a plan.
And this is why I hate the media, bro, because the media does this great. What's your plan? First of all, who in their right mind is going to tell you what their fucking plan is?
Exactly.
I know. It's like, let me think.
Oh my God. And only a retard or an idiot that doesn't know what they're doing is going to spill the beans and tell you exactly what they're going to do.
And Ali, for the people that immediately
Pete Hegseth
was going to drag out forever,
dude.
I would just say to the people that immediately came out and said it was going to drag out forever,
Pete
I would
Hegseth
just say
is a bad motherfucker.
You know, like their navy is at the bottom of the ocean. Their air force they haven't launched a plane from their runways since the damn thing
Dude,
started.
do you know what they're doing?
Okay.
They're taking over schools.
What my point is,
they're taking over
what
schools.
What are they going to drag on forever?
Centers.
A bunch of guerrilla warfare?
I don't know, bro. They have no Navy. Their Air Force was really non-existent, but it got destroyed. Most of their launchers that they were using to launch the missiles are pretty much all destroyed, about 80% of them. And
they never even got a jet off the ground, Ali.
Maybe one. I think they got one
bitch get blown up by a fucking laser beam.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we get to use laser beams. I get to see that in my lifetime.
Bro, yeah. Ali, I'm gonna say this though. They showed footage of a lone F-14 sitting on a runway that they blew up, and I'm
Did
like,
you see that video of the?
Bro, I was sad. I'm like, that was the greatest fighter jet we have ever created as Americans. And to just watch it go out like that, dude, was so sad, man.
I know. Just so you know this, because there's a lot of fake news going around.
It's gonna save the most American lives the way that that he's doing it.
Yeah,
we've lost 6, but like
that jet caused
just
people
all respect.
to join
I'm just
the Navy,
saying,
bro.
I'm just saying, sinking 4 fucking boats of their Navy, and still we've only lost 6.
The other thing, and this is not this.
We
is
took
not
out their entire regime. It's not like we didn't take out their head person.
Right.
42 seconds.
And I need that respect, man. And we're talking about people's lives.
I'm not trying to crap on Cap for life, but this is another one.
These
that gets
people
thrown
just
out
got
there
sent
all
here
the
today.
time.
They just had
this is all about oil. So what if it is?
But we have a military. This is what they sign up for. This is
all about oil.
This is
oil that Russia and China are no longer going to get.
Hold up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
I
we want to stop the fucking Russian war, right? Well, let's stop their fucking resources.
I gotta say something real quick. I'm sick and fucking tired of everybody just saying this is about oil. What about the 40, regardless if it's about oil or not, that should not even fucking matter. The thing is, you have 90 million people being held hostage who just witnessed more than 40,000 people die in 2 days, right? More people died in Iran in 2 days than the entire Gaza war. Right? I'm just going to point that out, right? You have women that can't even, hardly have any type of education because of certain rules and religion this regime is so freaking messed up. It's not even funny, right? You have no human rights. There's people that are starving, no water, right? Meanwhile, all their money and tax dollars go to building nuclear weapons that's going to destroy the United States at some point. They talk about debt to America, right? We're talking about a regime. Listen to this. I found this out recently, and you can go read this shit. It's legit, right? I found out that during the Iran-Iraq war, this regime on the borders of Iran-Iraq, Saddam Hussein had put mines all over the border, so the Iranian army could not come in to attack them. You know what they did? They went and started asking people of the armed forces to bring their children, and that they're going to give them the keys to heaven. And they put these plastic golden keys on them and told them to walk out into the minefields.
No way, dude.
It's the age of my son, 5 years old, 7 years old. That's what they fucking did. You don't understand. They have been killing people, not just Iranians in their own country. We're talking about American citizens. We're talking about Israelis. We're talking about Africans. We're talking about people in Europe, right? They have been killing anybody that has been against their agenda since 1979, bro. 47 freaking years. I'm sick and tired of people saying this is just because of oil. No, that might be something that's definitely in our interest as Americans. Yes,
we can.
Why can't we go there just to save somebody?
It's not about
go there to save somebody.
But again, Ali,
just
it's
like
not
Maduro.
About acquiring, Look, it's not about acquiring oil, though. We got that from Venezuela recently. Didn't y'all notice?
Yeah, exactly.
It's about stopping the oil from going to China and Russia.
Yeah.
Period. We don't care where the oil goes as long as they don't sell it to China.
Why can't we just focus on the fact that this is a humanitarian conflict? That's all
what I'm focused on.
The reason I bring that up is because
that's what I've been
the reason I bring that up is because the first thing everybody said about Iraq was
because
it was all about oil.
That's a leftist fucking argument.
You know who never got a single contract from Iraqi oil? Do you know who never got a single contract from Iraqi oil?
United States.
The United States of America. Yep. Russia got all those contracts.
That's crazy, dude.
Yep. Look,
it's like you know what? It's like
that's called the rest of the story. There used to be a segment on radio called the rest of the story. That's the rest of the story. We didn't benefit one bit from Iraqi oil.
No.
All I'm saying is I am sick and tired of people bringing that up, Color. Why can't we just be there for the Iranian people that are demanding freedom and liberation?
No,
right? And you want to speak about I also want to call out a certain, not people in our community that I know of, but there are individuals out there that talk about how they're anti-genocide, how they're, free, people need to be free, liberation. Yeah. Well,
until it's Iranian.
More than 40,000. So many people died in 2 days. They don't even have the exact number. That's how many tens of thousands of people died. Yeah. Where are those people? Where are those people that said, we need to free?
And it's because they stepped up. They were trying to
people for once. Why does it always? Why does everybody look? Let me find something that's bad about your agenda. Why?
Exactly. Not only that, Ali.
Well, but this time, Ali, they can't.
Look,
this time, Ali, they can't. Because
I'm going to say it like it is.
There's too much. There's too much technology to show that this is what these people want. There's too much.
I'm going to say it like it is. Regardless of whether these 20 and 30-year-olds want to sacrifice our blood and treasure for Iran or not, and the Iranian people, whether they want to do that or not. Okay, unfortunately for them, they're Americans. Okay, and before they were ever born, 5 presidents have promised Iran this and not delivered.
Yeah.
Obama.
Okay. We as a country have been stringing the Iranian people along.
Yes, we have, dude. Yes, exactly. After we fucked them up. After we fucked them up.
Finally decided to do something.
After Jimmy Carter fucked him up. Exactly, dude. Exactly. 100%.
So I'm sorry if you weren't born back then, but we have already obligated ourselves as a country. And if you want to be patriotic like you all claim to be, okay, this is American doctrine. Deal with it.
And speaking of which, people
we're doing it. We're doing it for a reason that I can really happily feel like good getting behind.
Definitely.
And that's what we need to
focus on. Why are we focusing on all this other shit? There are people.
Those are just leftist arguments, dude.
That have been oppressed their entire lives, bro.
Hold on. I want to stop right there a second. Stop right there. It is leftist arguments, but we've heard that from the left enough. We know what their position is. The people I'm speaking to are these people that went gung-ho crazy for Donald Trump and now think because after a 6-day war that he's betrayed them for the Jews. These are the people I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the left. The left
I get what you're saying.
My whole life. The left has been anti-war my whole life and pro-Islam my whole life. Okay? That's nothing new.
Yeah.
They did the same thing to George Bush. That is nothing new to me. What bothers me is these people that claim to be patriotic and claim to be about this country that want to piss and moan about neocons and our world building agenda and all this other shit. Okay?
Listen
Deal
to this.
with it.
Listen to this.
It's our country and it's our doctrine. Deal with it.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys something. Everyone's moaning and bitching in my DM saying, oh, President Trump is starting a war or the U.S. starting a war. And you want to know what? We didn't start a war. We didn't start shit. We're finishing a war that's been happening since 1979. That's what we're doing.
And you know what, Joe?
Ending the war.
And you know what, Joe? That's really sad because Zionists are actually not the greatest people in the world. But he's right. Joe,
and that's straight from the horse's mouth, man.
Hold on. At first, I thought, everybody being called anti-Semitic, they're just playing that game and all that. No, these people have a chance now to prove they're not anti-Semitic, and they're gonna speak out against their own country because of their hatred for Israel. I'm sorry, you just hate Jews. I'm sorry, you do. I think Israel should answer for Palestine too. Okay? But I'm not going to sit here and speak out against my own country because I don't like Jews. You people are ridiculous. Yes, Dave Smith, I'm talking to you, and I know I'm a nobody.
Palestine was mentioned in the Bible, so it's obviously been there a long time.
I know I'm a nobody, and Dave Smith will never hear my
mentioned
word,
in the Bible.
But you know what?
It's been there a long time.
Dave Smith is a nobody too.
Wait. Is that the Dave Smith that was on the Piers Morgan show?
Yes.
That guy doesn't know what he thinks. That's a whole nother story. I'm not even going to get into that.
It's not so much. It's just Israel politics. Like,
well, there is a lot of truth to
we
what
had in the
about,
90s. Hold on, we had a spy, an Israeli spy, in our government in the 90s.
Yeah.
Okay.
And our government right now is praising him.
And it shows, from what I understand, Israel was part of JFK's assassination.
Yeah, and our government is praising that spy now.
That ain't got nothing to do with hating Jewish people. That's the government we're talking about.
For a second that I'm some kind of...
That's the government we're fucking talking about.
That I'm on board with what's going on behind the scenes. Don't think for a second just because I support our action.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
It's enough already. It's like, we got business to take care of. Let's talk about the Zionism later.
Like, that's crazy that we had a fucking spy in our government. How can we trust them after that? The fuck?
All right, gentlemen, I got to head out. Caller, give me a call after the show, though. Give me a call.
Man. Yeah, man. Well, yeah. I mean,
yeah, I saw that.
It's getting late, Ali, so like call me in like a half hour, or like, you know, Tonk will probably be wrapping up here shortly, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, I'll call you as soon as it ends. I gotta go take care of something, so that's why I gotta
want to take your family up.
Hey, I've been thinking about you, Ali. You know,
I appreciate it, man. I know I got a lot going on. Again, the situation I got.
But thank you for coming on here and showing love to, you know, my movements and stuff like that. You've been.
Whoa, pause, man, pause. Your movements? You don't want to say it like that. His agenda was sustainability. I'll take that. I've been supporting his sustainability agenda.
Yeah. Well, I don't like to say agenda because that makes it sound like.
Okay, your cause. How about that? Your cause.
Movement.
Okay, I guess you can use movement. The way you said it was just kind of weird. I'm kidding, Tonk. I'm just messing around. I'm messing around.
I ain't
saying he rocked my boat, y'all. I said movement, so chill out, Ali. You're good.
All right, man. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll call you after the show. I got to show you something.
All righty, Ali. Yeah, I think Joe is on. Joe's got the right temperature. I think it is all to his fault, man. I mean, why not?
And I mean, straight from the horse's mouth, for someone to come on here and talk about, you know, what's going on with the conflict in Iran. And everything, and like to be fully on board with it, and all the people I've seen online, all the videos I've seen all over the country. And like I said, the only reason why I even knew that those things actually ever existed together at one time was because I've been taking courses, you know, on theology and Jesus and the Bible and stuff. And I actually saw in a video this church, and it was for Islam, Christianity, and Jew.
What you talking about? The one in Constantinople?
I thought it was in Jerusalem. Is that close
there
to
is one in Jerusalem? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I imagine there was multiple ones at one point, but the one that I saw the inside of, but it was cool. It was open too. It wasn't closed off. It was like right here, where if you walked in, you would see the person in like a mosque, right, and then a church, and then maybe a temple. You know who
secured that treaty, cool. Right?
And I'd never, but like that's something that was 2,000 years old, right?
Right. You know who secured that treaty with
And, I mean,
Saladin, right?
people probably still go there and pray like that.
Hey, Tonk, you know who secured that treaty, right?
But
To
hold
allow
on a
that to
second.
happen? It
But
was
hold on a
Richard the
second.
Lionheart.
Hold on a second. Hold that thought. But now to see it, now to see the flags, and these people, you can't make this up. Like I believe a lot of the protests that happen in this country are paid for, right? Those people that are running out with all these flags, they're not fucking paid to be there. They're
Right.
wanting to go out there and do that. You can tell because you can tell by how happy they are, how the cultural it just exploded, right? That just an explosion of culture and music and happiness.
Yeah, Tonk. There's people coming out
Like,
in the streets in America.
You can't.
I wouldn't have even
It
thought
wouldn't
they were
happen all
Iranian,
over the
bro.
world. It wouldn't happen all over the world the exact same if it was paid for, right? I wouldn't see the exact same videos in Venezuela, in Iran, in Canada, in Los Angeles, in fucking Florida. Now they're doing marches in Florida wanting to liberate Cuba. Fucking do it. I have cousins that they went through what happened with Fidel Castro.
And the most recent
my cousin's grandparents, I knew them. They were from Cuba.
The most recent
the sweetest old people, the sweetest people I've ever known.
Yeah,
sweetest Cuban people. Very rich culture. Very rich culture.
The most recent occurrence of South Floridian Cubans speaking their minds about it was when Castro died, and it was a chance for us to get in there and change out leadership.
But
so there's already a mood in South Florida about Viva la Cuba. You know what I mean?
The dictator even said he'd be willing to talk to Trump. I mean, if we could do something
the sun you're talking about.
If we could do something to liven up the economy there,
we already have.
I don't know.
We already have. You realize we lifted the embargo.
Like Cuba has a really, really rich culture.
Well, Tonk, we've already made concessions. You know, we lifted the embargo, right?
Yeah, but yes,
ago.
because I remember when they first made it so you could fly from Tampa to Cuba.
That was our olive branch. After Castro died.
Yeah.
After Castro died, that was our olive branch to them. We lifted the embargoes pretty much right after Castro died.
But like we could do it the right way. We could do it the right way though. Like even with who's there now, we don't have to.
I don't know. CCRR ask the president.
I wouldn't want to see us bomb Cuba. Cuba's
CCRR's asking if Venezuela is
just
fixed
make
now.
peace with the person who's there. And
CCRR's asking if Venezuela is fixed now, and I was like, I don't know.
If they bomb Cuba, I'll be fucking pissed.
Hold on, I don't know. CCRR asked their president.
I don't know. Maybe
she was at the meeting with all the world Latin leaders today.
I'm not gonna say I'll get pissed. Like if it is truly what the country wants, I'm not gonna judge. But that would be amazing. That would be amazing because I have relatives
people are cynically asking if Venezuela's already fixed. And I would just say, I don't know, but their president was in Doral, Florida today, listening to the announcement of Trump with all the other Latin world leaders. So I don't know. Seems like Venezuela is back on par. I'm sure they got a lot to fix, but the oil's flowing.
That's good. And I mean, it's like the videos I've seen, and I've talked to someone in Venezuela.
Well, I mean, CCRR, if you're not America, you're not fixed, in my opinion.
And she's happy with what happened. But fortunately, yes, people die, but fortunately we just took the president and held him, for his
the oil's flowing, bro. I don't know why
it's not like we bombed the country and shit. We just attacked that one facility and freaking kidnapped the president.
Yeah, and the new president, president said, "Here, have all the oil you want. Just leave me alone."
Yeah, but you know what? He had Russian and Cuban and Chinese fucking help. See, this is why the person at Cuba is fucking People need to stop fucking around. Trump ain't fucking around. He's on his second fucking term. Like,
bro, we are completely checkmating China right now. We've taken both of their oil
and
supplies.
that's, you know, dude, you know, China.
Tonk. Russia and China get oil from two places. Russia and China get oil from two places, bro. Venezuela and Iran.
Yeah.
So people can say whatever they think this is about. This is about China.
That's
period.
What they get.
End of story.
They have full-time jobs, people in China. All they try to do is hack our country and attack our infrastructure and our hospitals. Russia, on the daily or weekly, hackers get inside our systems and hold hospitals, and they either have to pay the ransom or they have to go through a lot of shit. And most of the time, they just pay them. It happened to one of the hospitals. It happened to one of our hospitals out here, because when something went down with their programming, and I had just recently learned about this happening, and I asked someone there, I asked a couple people if that's what happened, and they said yeah. And I said, did you all pay the fine and the ransom? They said yeah.
Wow.
Because it was easier just to pay the $1 million than to have to do everything else. And it's like, fuck these countries. Like, they attack us all the fucking time, constantly.
Yeah, matter of fact, if you think our oil prices went up, you should check the Chinese oil exchange.
Yeah. 20%.
Double.
And like, it's just like, why do people got to be dickheads? Like, why do people got to be fucking dickheads? And like,
and everybody's, gas prices went up. Yeah, in Europe.
China has like one of the longest histories in all of Earth is China history. And like how much they've gained off of us. I remember in the 90s, okay, seeing industry start shutting down, right? And then start seeing Pier 1 imports pop up. And I'm going in there and I'm like, what is all this stupid ass, stinky ass shit? It smells like fucking chemicals in here. And it's all fucking formaldehyde because Bill Clinton signed all of our industry over to China. Like, China, their industrial revolution was funded by us. Like, they have all of our fucking industry. Like, that was one of the first things Trump was trying to do in this, and I'm not just sitting here trying to praise him, but like, I've seen this myself. He was trying to bring industry back to this country. Fucking Clinton sold all of this shit to fucking, and then like this shit that we get is the cheapest fucking worst fucking shit. It's all filled with fucking formaldehyde, lumber liquidators. They were the ones fucking doing it the most too. They have formaldehyde all in their shit.
Yeah, don't forget about all that.
This fucking,
don't forget about all the Trojans.
And yeah, is exactly. That's what I'm saying.
They put on their firmware too.
And like, I didn't know, like, that's what was happening, but I saw it. I remember seeing it. Like, my dad, when I was born in Georgia, my dad worked in like he made like stoves and shit, and like, you know, worked in the mill. And nobody works in a mill anymore. You don't hear that. That's only in movies and shit. And long time ago. All of it got sold to fucking China by our president. Like, Clinton fucked this country up so fucking bad. It's not even funny. He literally sold all of our industry away.
Yeah, and don't forget NAFTA.
Like, that's
all of our produce freaking growing down south, bro.
Well, that's the North American Free Trade Agreement.
That's what allowed everybody to close the groves in Florida. All of our oranges come from Mexico now.
Well, okay. I mean, I think we should still have trade.
Remember the orange groves that are unlocked on Seminole Pratt? Yeah, there's a high school sitting on that shit.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yes, it did used to have a lot. Now
that lady that owned all them groves finally sold it.
And you know what's crazy in Florida, Lake Placid? I have a house there.
Do you really?
Where there's a bunch of land.
Can I bring my fishing pole, man?
Where there's a bunch of orange grove. You and my dad would get along, Color.
Dude, Lake Placid's got the best bass fishing in the world,
You should go visit my dad and teach him how to use an iPhone. I'll pay you to go to Lake Placid and teach my dad how to use an iPhone, and you can go fishing wherever the fuck you want.
Right on.
No, I'm serious, dude. Because you like technology and you like explaining things.
Sign me up, man.
Because my dad could really use an ASCAP.
We'll go out to Istapoga and do some bass fishing, man, and I'll just teach him all the ropes, bro.
Because he's having trouble. I got him my iPhone, and he's having trouble with it.
Yeah, the original Lake Placid, Joe. The one with the actual lake.
Yeah, not the giant alligator movie. Fuck, man. You mean the one with the giant alligator? No, that was Maine.
Oh, I thought the movie was Florida, though.
No, it was in Maine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude, do you know there's a movie called Lantana that is set in South Florida?
Oh, you don't say?
Yeah, there is. It has nothing to do with Lantana, but it's a movie called Lantana. It's some melodrama called Lantana, and it plays out in South Florida. It's actually it's not like a B movie or nothing. It's actually a legit movie. Yeah, Sebring area. Yeah, that's pretty much where Lake Placid is at in that area. It's the Poga.
Yeah, Sebring. That's north of Lake Placid.
It's called the Harris Chain of Lakes.
It's just like semi-trucks.
Best bass fishing on the planet.
It's like, yeah, a lot of bass fishing. Yeah, plenty of that. There's like 1,000 lakes there.
Yeah, have you ever seen it from an airplane? It looks like it's like, where do we even build houses?
But see, you can still see. But in Lake Placid, they turn a lot of the orange groves into solar panel farms.
Oh, really?
Yep. It's a whole farm right there in Lake Placid. But I didn't look at it close enough to see how many orange groves they took out to put those in. But you could still have, I don't know why they didn't have the panels up high enough to where you could still have the groves. Maybe they didn't want to invest in the infrastructure to raise them up. But like you can have both if you do it a certain way. But I don't know. I guess orange groves maybe they require a shit ton of sun.
I'd imagine.
Because I mean, for them to grow like that,
really in Florida, many places that don't have sun.
So they got so much vitamin C.
They need a lot of water too.
Oh,
is it bass fish? Well, you know why CCRR? Because they lifted the restrictions enough for the.
They got a solar farm there.
The government lifted the restrictions on bass fishing enough for BASS to start having their tournaments again in that area. So
yeah, but they probably almost got fished out of bass.
Yeah, it's probably diminished again. Yeah. There was about a 20-year period where they weren't allowed to have bass tournaments in Florida, like BASS wasn't allowed. It's called the Harris Chain of Lakes is where the part of Florida we're talking about.
Harris Chain of Lakes. Oh, Harris County? I think there's a county.
No, it's the Harris Chain of Lakes. Maybe there is a Harris County, but I don't really know.
Because I used to drive through there when I go from St. Pete to West Palm. I'd always take 60 and 62, which would take me through.
So you had to go through like DeSoto County and all that too, where there's the one Chevy dealership and a Walmart.
I didn't go that. That's south, I think.
You ever been through Arcadia?
Yeah, I never went that way.
There's a Walmart and a Chevy dealership. That's it.
I know. I've been to Arcadia. It's fucking boring.
It's got to be the smallest town.
All those areas out there are boring. In Florida, it's either St. Pete, West Palm, or Miami.
Kamala's chain. Oh, Jesus. She thought it was. Unfortunately, the residents of DeSoto County didn't agree.
YMCA, their fucking their streams have to have been crazy right now.
Spraying the grass for what, like developments and shit, CCR? That sucks.
People are just playing that song all around the world. It's crazy. This is one crazy ass year.
Well, the good news is we're not allowed to start any new drilling off Florida coast.
Good. Fuck drilling. So I try to get so many people to try to reduce how much plastic they consume. So because we use oil for so many things, and the plastic that we need it the most for should be like hospitals and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, medical and stuff that keeps us alive. That's super good for sanitation and stuff. But as far as like, you know, everyday stuff, we don't need everything to be in fucking plastic.
By the way, Tonk,
now we know of like microplastics and everything. It's just like.
By the way, Tonk, you want a sneaky good stock play to profit off the war?
What?
Otis.
What the fuck is Otis?
Otis Elevators.
Oh, why?
Iran's gonna need a lot of elevators pretty soon, dude. If you think about it.
What, rebuilding the?
Well, in about 30 years, I picture that to be one of the worldwide skylines that they go to in the news reports.
Well, if they got the oil money,
so that means that there's going to have to be. I don't think a single building in Iran goes over 5 stories right now. So, I mean, I'm sure there is. I'm joking, but the point is, they're going to need a lot of elevators pretty soon.
So.
Dumb waiters, elevators, construction lifts.
Yeah, the construction lifts. The construction lifts.
They're trading about $90 a share right now, and they are going to go up to 300 easily.
Ali, he's like, Color, you never call me.
You got on a topic that I kind of actually have.
No, but hold on. So I just got to say this though. So last year, Trump signed, I don't know how many. I think it was at least 2 executive orders that is freeing up nuclear energy, because that is the best. That is the best fuel source. If it's done the right way, then it's the best fuel source. And hopefully it'll allow us to reuse, and does what France does.
Didn't he approve some, like they're going to build a whole nother nuclear plant that's going to help reduce costs of power?
So they're going to build a plant and then have smaller plants that connect to it.
Yeah.
They have these micro nuclear plants now they can build.
Yeah, I heard about that too. Yeah,
but they need like a central one.
Right.
And then they have small ones. Yeah. And so there's just been so much. So when I was in college, I learned about, you know, so much alternative energy and stuff, like all the laws and stuff. And there was a lot of laws that were in place that were restricting nuclear energy. And our president was I don't know if it was Reagan or Nixon, but they were responsible for just destroying nuclear because they were paid for fucking oil and coal. And
the other thing, Tonk, is 3 Mile Island happened and everybody freaked out about nuclear energy.
Okay. All right. I'll give you that. And then fucking Chernobyl and stuff.
And that gave the left the ability to shit on it for the rest of the time, dude.
But the stuff that I learned, what we were doing wrong, was very fixable with a couple laws being changed. And there's a lot of this stuff that I learned about it was very fixable with laws being changed.
To their credit, Tonk, the left is the one actually turning around on nuclear right now. They're the ones actually saying, hey, if this is the only way we can stop you from running the coal plants, then all of a sudden we're for nuclear. You know what I mean?
Well, it just has to be done the right way.
Yeah, of course, it's dangerous, but people forget we have a nuclear cell in our kitchen. Every one of us has a nuclear reactor in our kitchen. It's called a microwave oven.
So I just came back to make a quick point about what Color was talking about with the elevators. On it would be a good industry to invest in. To be 100% honest, when this regime falls and they go back to rebuild it, you can't go wrong in any industry.
Oh, it's going to be shooting fish in a barrel, bro. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I'm already making a list, Ali, of all the things. Caterpillar.
They're gonna have a revolution, man.
You're gonna be able to make money left, right, and center if in every industry. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and say this. You've seen what's happened with Tesla, right? Their stock has been going up and everything, and if they get to a certain number, what's his name's going to be even more rich or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Tesla factories in Iran at some point.
Oh, of course, dude.
That's
like
what
I said. We're already this whole meeting with the German chancellor. I guarantee you was about letting them basically head up reconstruction, dude, to get them involved. You know what I mean? So you're going to have all kinds of German companies you can invest in. Siemens.
Well, German is really good. They're really good with alternative energy. They have one of the cleanest countries in the world when it comes to
the most efficient people on the planet.
Energy.
Well, talk. They're also the most efficient people on the planet, bro.
What they use, they're the ones that have the most hydrogen gas stations. I've shown you all this. If you go over Google Maps and put hydrogen fuel over Europe, you'll see all the gas stations all over the place. And they're in fucking Germany. You could go look at it yourself.
The problem Germany's having right now is they're innovating too quickly. They've created this whole transportation system based on electric for trucks, and no other country in the world has these trucks.
Yeah.
So they're like,
because the roads charge the trucks.
Yeah. And nobody can run on those because nobody has those trucks. So they're trying to build a world that doesn't exist yet.
Dude, they're crazy. Dude, they're crazy with alternative energy, man. They're fucking...
And
dude,
it's causing
they have
their
gas stations all over the place that is hydrogen.
Their economy to stagnate. So they're jumping all over this reconstruction in Iran. That.
That's what the space shuttle uses to leave Earth.
But
is hydrogen.
What I really wanted to also say, I know you're talking a big game about Germany, and you might be right that they're very well. They could be heading it up mostly.
I'm thinking, what I'm doing is I'm making predictive pattern recognition through Trump's eyes. You know what I mean? And how he would think that.
But what I am going to say, there's going to be a massive opportunity for even American companies to expand. Do you understand what I'm saying? Beyond even here. And it's not so much I
just meant that Germany, I think Germany is going to be the spearhead. That's all I meant. You know what I mean?
I get you. I just want to I'm just trying to drive on that point that everyone thinks it's about oil, but there's a lot more to be had than just oil. That's basically what I was getting at. You know what I mean?
We've got a Las Vegas to build in the Middle East, people.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
That's what they were before the mullahs took over.
You're talking about a country in prior to 1979 that Frank Sinatra would come and have a concert once a year in Iran. That actually happened, right? We're talking about
why did Jimmy Carter do that?
Those who know, Ali.
Yeah.
What the fuck was he thinking? Like, why?
I have no idea, bro.
What the fuck was he thinking?
This is basically what they thought, right? This is what the premise of it was. At the time, we have to remember the Cold War was going on, right? You had the Soviet Union versus the Western world, right? And it was a big race with them, and there was the Russians were sending communists and socialist agents to stir up communism there.
They started a color revolution in Iran. That's right, Ali.
Yes, right. And then what happened was I guess you would call it the Antichrist happened, where you had socialists and Islamic extremists. Again, I'm saying extremists because there's not every person.
They were extremists.
They
were fucking killing people as soon as they got into power. They were already killing people.
So anyway, what I'm saying is when you had both of those groups join forces, right? That was like the worst thing because it caused this big avalanche. So what happened was Jimmy Carter was like, I don't want to have to deal with whatever's going to happen. Let's just put our support in for this revolution and who they put in charge. We can make a deal with them and everything, and we can start fresh.
Why do they always side with the commies, dude?
I have no fucking idea, bro. He had no balls, right? And what happened the next day? The next day, the Islamic extremists decided to turn. No, let me tell you what happened. Hold on.
Killing the fucking shit out of people.
Yes, let me tell you what happened. The very next day, after the Shah left, he didn't even put up a fight, bro. He didn't even put up a fight. He decided, you know what? I don't want the last thing that my people remember is bloodshed. I would rather leave civilly and hopefully one day, this can be corrected at some point, right? So anyway, what ended up happening the very next day after the Shah left, the Islamic extremists turned around and decided to execute all the communists and socialists. 30,000 of them, actually. Right?
Yeah,
the
dude,
very next day,
crazy.
right? The very next day. And then they turn around and say, death to America.
That's the first against the wall club,
Israel, the little Satan.
But look,
that's the first against the wall club,
from
Ali.
what I understand, in Islam, they recommend lying to push Islam.
Yes, they do.
So,
that is
actually in the Quran, it states that Allah is the greatest of all deceivers.
Yeah, so like they say like so they were lying to Jimmy Carter.
And that's not to mean that
it's just the
Muslims
truth,
are liars
the
or their
truth,
God is a liar. What he's saying is, if you think you can lie to Allah, Allah is the best at everything, including lying.
I forget the name of the term, but it is actually something that the Islamic regime practices.
Yeah.
They believe that by if you're lying in the name of Allah or Islam,
right.
It's okay. It's to push. Right. No, lying to push.
That's the point behind the passage.
That's what kind of pissed me off about my Tom swearing in on the Quran.
So this is what the Islamic regime does constantly. Like there's this clown that is the foreign minister of the Islamic regime named Irakshi, which translate man from Iraq. He's not even Iranian. Just going to point that out.
Yeah.
And he's the Iranian foreign minister, or Islamic regime foreign minister, right? The whole time, anytime you watch him in Western media, like on CNN, he's been on various different outlets. You can tell he's lying. You can tell his telltale because he sits there and kind of grins like he giggles like when he's lying, and you can tell. In fact, do you guys know who Baghdad Bob was during the Persian Gulf War? Do you guys know who that was?
No.
There was this guy.
Wasn't he the propaganda minister or something?
Yeah, he was sitting there, right? And he's like, everything is fine. Meanwhile, there's bombs being dropped.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Right?
Was it Bill or Bob?
I think it was Baghdad Bob. I think his name was. I could be wrong about that.
I remember the guy, though. Yeah, he was a buffoon. Right? Complete buffoon.
We have a name that's similar to that in Persian that we call him because that's what he is. Everything is fine. We negotiated. It was great. And meanwhile, President Trump is saying surrender or die.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say that's what they do. They will tell you any lie they possibly can. They are running a propaganda machine while being a Islamic extremist Nazi group. That's what they are, right? And not all Muslims are that way. Hold on, I gotta clarify.
No, they're not. They're not.
I know very friendly people that are great, and I consider them families. Parts of my family are Muslim, right? Parts of them are, But the reality is this regime they've done some bro, I wish
I won't hold it against you, Ali. Parts of my family are Christian.
That's fine. That's fine. I have Catholics in my family. I'm Catholic, to be honest. That's why Tonk made the joke that about confirming and stuff. I'm not just Catholic, or not. Just, I'm from Catholic. But anyway,
I'm sorry. That was an atheist joke.
I get you. But hold on, real quick. What I'm trying to say is that there's things that I wish I could say legally here on YouTube, but we would get canceled, and I can't say it out loud because it's the facts. These are stuff that you can go Google search, and you would be like,
you can say it, dude. You're not.
No, I can't because it's some of the banned shit that if I even start talking about it, YouTube will find a way to strike.
Just like,
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be the fault of why we get.
Tired,
actually,
I don't know. You know what's crazy is like I've seen a lot more. I don't like to make things about race, but black men, black people, women, children, men making videos, a lot of videos in support of Trump.
Oh yeah, they're waking up.
I have friends right now. A friend of mine, one of the best dudes I've ever known, strong black man. Is a teacher, is married, has kids, super good dude, super fucking good dude. And he tells me that he catches so much heat because he's black and supports Trump. And it's like, that's the racism. Like, that's the fucking racism.
Yeah.
Like, do you not see it? That's the fucking racism. Like, it has nothing to do with who you support, but they're saying you should support somebody because of your skin color. Like, that's the fucking racism. That's the fascism. Like, he's a good dude, and like he feels bad. He has to like kind of be quiet and shit because people give him shit about it. I said, I feel you, dude. I said, but like I understand, man. Like, even for me too, like living in Seattle and stuff. That if I drove around with a Trump flag, my car would get fucking damaged.
Right, of course it would. You'd probably your life would be in danger.
Like, I would be in danger if I wore a MAGA hat here. I would be in danger. If I wore it on
Portland
the bus,
or Seattle,
I would be in danger. And it's like, that's fucking crazy.
Tonk, if you were to cut off the extremes of both sides, because I know the extremes of both sides are you want nothing but destruction and death. Okay, so if you exclude the extremes on both sides, I always tell people like this: Democrats love black people because they're black, and you may think that's a good thing, but the difference between them and Republicans are, at least speaking for myself, Republicans love black people because they're human.
Yeah, exactly.
Tonk, I know you can't wear a MAGA hat in Seattle, but you know what you can wear?
An Iranian hat.
A Make Iran Great Again hat.
No, I'd even get heat for that. Though.
Oh, MIGA?
I'd get heat for that, dude.
Oh, yeah. I wear this probably. I do not care.
I love that.
Hey, speaking of
I'm
black
really
Trump
happy to
supporters,
see that you feel that way, though.
Hey,
Honestly.
Tonk, speaking of black Trump supporters, I watched this one black guy talking about Iran.
There's a lot.
Listen, I watched this one black guy talking about the Iran war, and he came across MIGA for the first time, and he's like, "Make Iran great again." MIGA. And he's like, "Oh shit, MIGA!" And he started laughing about it.
Well, look,
I'm not gonna be caught up saying that word, but
I said it with an M. People.
No, you're fine, Color. I'm just making a joke, dude. It's fine. You're fine.
But with only one G, it should be MIGA, not MIGA.
But that's too close for me to say. No, but I appreciate that. Like, I see people really, standing up and being heard and taking the heat. Because I just think it helps. I just think it helps. I just think it helps alleviate just the stress of politics and
I
stuff.
I
That I
like the other
personally
one
know
too, Ali.
friends,
Mippa. You seen
know,
Mippa too, right?
and they're
Mippa?
not MAGA. He's not a MAGA guy. He's just like, look, Kamala wasn't gonna do a good job. Like, like Trump.
Ali, you haven't seen Mippa?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Make Iran Persia again.
It just sucks that it's just such a wedge. It just
we don't want that actually.
People get so fucking take everything so personal. Like
so prior to 1950 something or whatever, I forget what it was. I want to say it was 1924, like prior to World War II. Reza Shah the first, not Muhammad Reza Shah, who was the Shah during the 1960s and 70s that got exiled, not him.
Yeah.
His dad officially named the country of Iran. And from that day forward, everybody became Iranians in that region. And that
was a matter of nationalism, dude, right there.
Definitely. And basically, Iran translates to, and I want to clarify, Aryan race is something that Hitler decided to like try to make it, and it has nothing to do with that at all.
It's a language
I didn't think that.
Anyway,
I didn't think he ran with the Aryan.
Translates to the land of the Aryans. That's basically
yes. Can I add to that really quick, Ali?
Yes, go ahead.
The word Iran or Iranian for our purposes is a linguistic group. It's a language.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What was it called before that? Mesopotamia.
Back in Mesopotamia,
Persia.
it was called. It was a mixture of Indic and Iranian called Indo-Iranian.
Mm-hmm.
The other competing languages around the region, one of them being Aryan, came into the region and mixed with Indic as well, and it's called Indo-Aryan. And most of the modern languages that came from Indo-European that we speak today came from the Indo-Aryan branch. But the Indo-Iranian language branch migrated all the way up into the north of Black Sea and into parts of Germany. It's a language group. Some of those nomads called Sarmatians were conquered by Rome and sent to Scotland to serve on Hadrian's Wall.
Yep.
Okay. So if you talk about the linguistic group of Iranian nomads, the West already has Iranian DNA injected into its gene pool. We've had it since 200 AD.
Mm-hmm.
And that's at which point the mullahs lost this war. This war was lost thousands of years ago.
Yeah,
well, we're about to have it back.
No, it's over, Tom. We carry their blood in our veins, dude. Yeah. If you were to resurrect Sun Tzu and ask him about that, he'd be like, "You've won."
And Farsi is a really beautiful language.
Well, Farsi is a modern language that is rooted from the original Indo-Iranian.
But
it's an Indo-European language.
It's a pretty language.
It probably has more borrowed words from Semitic language than any other because of their interfacing with the Arabs and all that for thousands of years. It has Semitic words in it, but it's an Indo-European language, just like Turkic. The Turks are actually Europeans, people. They don't just call themselves European because they joined Europe. They are actually Europeans.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of like why people like try to say that like, and I know, I understand they don't know the history behind it, Color. So this is why they make this comparison.
Well, because the dog lovers corrupted the whole thing, dude.
I get you, but basically, I'll tell you what I've heard growing up. Aren't you guys all Arabs anyway? No, we're not.
Not even close.
We're two different ethnic groups altogether. You know what I mean? We're
not only two different language groups, but two different language families.
Yeah.
They're not even from the same language family.
Yes. Yeah.
Farsi is closer to English than Spanish is.
Yes.
Maybe that's why I like it so much. Sounded at home. There you go.
Oh,
there
you got a donation,
Wrist.
bro. You got a donation.
There you go, Joe Wrist. What's crazy is Turkey doesn't even celebrate Thanksgiving. I'm pretty sure a lot of countries don't celebrate.
You don't see the joke there, Tunk?
Oh,
it's turkey. What do we eat?
Here, I got something for you there.
Like Joe, bro, you paid $5 for that elementary school joke.
I'll give it to you.
I feel like giving him a.
Canada celebrates Thanksgiving.
You know, with all the things Joe Wrist sends me on Instagram.
Actually, I have a question for Joe Wrist. Does Turkey even have turkeys there?
That's a good question.
And isn't it spelled?
I don't know
is
the
that
answer
how you
to
spell
that, so
turkey? I thought you spell it Turkie.
No, it's spelled exactly.
No, that's the international spelling is Turkiye. Turkey, Turkey or something.
Oh yeah,
that's the international spelling. But I don't know, Ali, because Turkey is at about the right latitude to have turkeys. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm actually gonna look that up. Do they have turkeys?
They're about at the same latitude as like Missouri. You know, like I think.
I mean, they used to until conflict, until the Strait
it's a
of
Mediterranean climate. They probably got turkeys.
Okay, so I have the answer. I have an answer.
They got camel turkeys.
They have turkeys, but guess what? They're not native.
At
all.
We brought them there.
They were brought there. They were brought there by fucking pilgrims.
Turkey, the country has turkeys on farms, but they are not native to the region. Turkeys.
So Ali, it begs the question of how they got there, and I'm thinking a bunch of American Puritans went to visit Istanbul on some kind of pilgrimage, and they brought turkeys with them.
In fact, Europe did not have turkeys either, or Asia. It's all from North America, so we brought them over there. Yeah, interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave us the horse.
Turkeys are cool when you see them in the wild. It's a like you're like, shit.
You wouldn't think they were turkeys because it's only the males that look like the big, fancy turkeys that we see.
Those are ones that were like fucking fattening up. These ones are like small. They're like thin animals. They're like
they look like geese. The females look like geese.
They look like fighting chickens. They look like the Cuban fighting chickens.
Cuban fighting chickens.
No, dude, I'm telling you. If you go, like, you could see them. They got them in Florida. They got them in Tampa. But if you go to some areas of Florida, you'll see. I know Key West has a bunch of the Cuban chickens there because you'll see those chickens. They'll be sizing up an iguana, and they're like thinner. No, I'm serious.
So do the geese. So do the Egyptian geese.
Thinner and shit. I was like, what's up with that turkey? What's up with that chicken? Why does it look like that? They're like, oh, that's a Cuban chicken. That's a fighting chicken.
The Egyptian geese fuck with the iguanas too, bro. They chase them all day, man. It's hilarious.
Oh, you mean the guinea hens?
No, they're Egyptian geese we have in Florida.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
They're invasive, but they're here, and they fuck with the iguanas all day, dude. They can't stand when the iguanas go into their territory. They start fucking with them.
That's dope. We got 2 invasive species fighting it out.
Oh yeah, it's funny. Meanwhile, the Muscovy ducks, who are also invasive, just sit around and fuck each other.
Are those the ones that got the big ass shit right here?
Yeah. They got the
those
big.
Those things are so fucking ugly, dude.
Yeah.
Have you
called Muscovy ducks, and they were brought here in the 1800s.
But
they've become feral. They're no longer invasive. They've got feral status now. So they're like feral cats. Cockroaches, in other words.
Have you guys
People
ever
eat those eggs?
I don't know. I think the iguanas do.
Have you guys ever had ostrich meat?
No.
Hell no.
From what I've been told, Tehran or Iran is a big producer of ostrich meat.
Well, you know what, Ali? When this whole thing is over, you and I are going to have to go celebrate in Iran over a plate of ostrich meat. How's that?
Actually, if we go over there, I'm going to take you to somewhere called Darband, which it's this it's on the side of a mountain. It has natural spring water, and
I just want to go wherever.
They have this very beautiful area that you can. They have these like wooden platforms that have all these Persian rugs on it, and people smoke hookahs, and they have this thing called boosh, which is really, really good delicacy that over there.
So that's where all the Hashishans ended up.
Let me just tell you, this place, the natural environment is so amazing in Darband. You can look up pictures, bro. You'd be like, bro, if I'm gonna move there because it looks that beautiful. I'm just gonna point that out.
Hey, real quick, Cap for life. He says Iran says they've captured U.S. soldiers. Well, let me just point out, Cap, they came out with a story 4 days ago to their people that they sunk the USS Kennedy, right?
You mean the USS Abraham?
Or whichever it was.
That.
And then they came out 4 days later and told their people that they drove the same aircraft carrier off the battlefield.
Well, which is it? Did they sink it or they drove it off the battlefield?
Right, exactly. You should have reversed those stories. You know, it would have made more sense.
Let me ask you a question. How did they capture U.S. soldiers if we have no U.S. soldiers boots on the ground?
Exactly.
That's what I don't get.
Maybe a downed pilot? I don't know. But the only downed pilot I know of is the one that got downed in Kuwait.
Remember what we just said about an hour ago on this show. They have a way of religious lying that is allowed because it benefits their agenda, right? And there's a term for it. I'm sorry if I can't remember what the name of it's called, but it's a practice that they do where they progressively lie and they don't care if
push Islam.
Right? They will continue to push that propaganda out. They're going to lie to you left, right, and center. First of all, here's the facts. We don't have a single ground troop on the ground in that country, nor will we in this war. I'm willing to bet this.
The soldiers that we lost, that was in Kuwait.
Yeah, we're already getting the Kurds to do the work for us, man.
No, Trump already said he doesn't need the Kurds. He already announced that.
My point is, we're already trying to get others to do it for us.
We don't need to do others. The Iranian people will take care of that.
Exactly. Which is why they have resumed today. The UAE has went on the offensive. They've declared war against Iran.
They officially did, yes. They did.
And the UAE has been knocking out police stations in Tehran all day long today.
Yes,
that is the preparation for the Iranian people to take charge because they can't because they
can't talk to each other.
Internal local forces still have the guns. That's the police stations. It would be like if this happened to us and we wanted to rise up, we would have to make sure PBSO was taken out first. Even though they're not military, they're not going to let us rise up. So the UAE is bombing all the police stations in preparation for the Iranians to take charge.
Yep, that is true. And the thing is, that's number one. And that whole thing that you just talked about the aircraft carrier that they've sunk, they've actually have made a claim about that 4 different times. So if you've had to make a claim about it 4 different times, then I know for a fact you're lying because you told me you sunk it on day 1. Then you said you pushed it back day 2. And now you said you've sunk it again. And now it's something else. I'm sorry, you're lying.
They're at straight 1984 Orwell levels right now. Straight lying to their own people. That's where they're at right now.
They're doing. Everything is fine. Well, nukes are not nukes, but missiles are landing left and right behind you. You know what I mean? Everything is fine.
War reports as if they're winning this thing.
If you want real, factual, and verified news, and actually this person has more boots on the ground than I do, go to 2CTV. Go watch 2CTV. He tells you the real news.
2CTV?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
T-O-U-S-I. T-O-U-S-I.
Yeah, see, I would have put 2C. 2CTV.
And he doesn't just report on Iranian news. If you actually follow him, he reports on everything around the world.
He's gonna end up getting big off this thing because he's really doing it right, Ali.
Color, he already has 2.5 million followers.
Yeah, he had 50,000 watching his live stream earlier today.
Yeah. But yeah, go check out 2CTV. I have family members.
Apparently, the ladies really dig his hair.
Yes. A lot of people really dig his hair. Yeah, but go check him out.
All right. Well, I think I'm gonna have to check out.
All right, gentlemen.
I think I'm gonna have to check
Let's
out.
talk about all that, Tonk. I needed to get a lot of shit off my chest the past couple of weeks, dude.
It's not like we got football to fucking talk about.
Well, we will eventually.
Actually, real quick, I do want to talk Dolphins real quick.
Real quick, Ali, to my one fan that's left out there, I will be back eventually. I have been in a lot of pain in a lot of medically the past couple of weeks, and I'm just really trying to get back in, man.
I feel you.
But Color will be back, I promise. Eventually.
So, do you guys think, with all the releases we've made, right? Because Alec Ingold recently got released. Looks like they're not going to make a deal with our kicker. He's going to be gone.
Riley or Jason?
Jason. I heard Jason Sanders is gone. That's what I heard.
Well, yeah, new regime. It's about time, I guess.
My question for you is, are they when do you think we're going to hear that they are going to finally release Tua Tagovailoa? Is it anytime soon?
Well, from what I've been hearing, we're not planning on doing that anymore.
Oh,
I don't know, bro.
Which is another reason I haven't felt like talking about the damn shit.
Well, I don't know, bro. We just got. Let me just put this out real quick. Why would you even?
There's no way we can take them serious if they start Tua next season.
Let me ask you this though. I gotta ask this real quick. So we already know that Tua is not going to be here, even if he's on this team. I don't think he plays at all, right? But here's what I want to say real quick. Again, if you're
then Sullivan, I don't necessarily see an issue with that. Then
no. Hear me out. If you're Sullivan, right, the GM, you're not going to put it out there that you're thinking about releasing this guy. You're trying to trade him still while you're
still trying to regain value.
Release information that we're willing to keep him on our team, just because you want someone to really put up that 7th round pick.
Yeah, there you go.
That's really all he's worth.
That's
right?
what I'm talking about.
So I'm not going to really release any information to kind of give my plan out. So I still on board that I think at some point, even if it's after the draft, they're probably going to release him before June or by June 2nd cut.
Yeah, we're not going to release him until we absolutely have to.
Yes. But my question is it going to happen right at June 2nd? Is it going to be sometime midsummer? When do you think it's going to happen?
Well, Joe's got a better question along the same lines, Ali.
What?
Which is released first, Tua or the files?
Which files? Because there's a lot of files that we got.
Files.
Well, they already got released.
Think about it like this.
But there's still 2.5 million that haven't been released.
Democrats and Republicans. Democrats and AOC was one of them. They just voted against releasing files of sexual harassment and
right. That's separate, Tonk. It's not.
But it's like, but hold on a second. When we say release the files, we mean release all the files, motherfucker.
The 2.5 million that are left that likely will start a war. Which is why they won't release.
Dude, there's so much shit. The shit that's all redacted and stuff. There's so much shit on there, dude.
Look, I'm gonna be very harsh for a second in this take, okay? Because it's not.
Cat put me on this a long time ago.
It's not the way I feel, okay? I think that children should be protected and these people should hang, okay? But that aside, it is not the children. Is not the reason, and the protection of people is not the reason they're not releasing these files.
Correct.
The 100%. Only reason that the government would be so
it's because it's all each other.
Well, no, Tonk. What I'm saying is the only reason the government would be so out there in your face, thumbing you in the eye about this is if it was a matter of national security.
Yeah.
And the fact of it is, if they were to release, My
It
opinion
could
is
start a
if they were
war.
to release the rest of those files, it will
could
start a war.
Yeah, dude.
That's what they're
what I
concerned
believe
about.
too. That's
If you
what I
think it's
believe
about
too.
anything else, you don't know politics.
That's what I believe too, honestly. That if
And we
they
know
did,
exactly who
and
it
I
would
thought
start a
about
war
that for
against.
a while.
We know
Like,
exactly who it would start a war against, and that's why they are not releasing them, nor will they ever.
Israel.
I'm not going to say it, but the point is, it would start a war.
It would start a
And
war.
they know it. They know what is in those files.
It would start a war. That's what sucks.
They've already exposed
That's what sucks.
the child thing. Okay. We're already pissed about that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's already over with. Why wouldn't they release the rest of them if we already know about all
Dude,
that?
It's well, he talks about it. Some of them you say, let's go have pizza and a great drink.
My point is, very simply, whatever they're releasing contains information we are not already privy to. Otherwise, they would just release them.
I believe that. I believe Epstein's still alive.
It would be like saying, Tunk. It would be like saying,
I think he's still alive.
I sent you a message saying it was going to rain tomorrow, right? And if I was saying to you, Tunk, I've got another message that I'm holding back from you, you're not going to think it's saying it's going to rain tomorrow. You're going to think it's going to be something else, right?
Ollie, these aren't plastic free. Yeah, you're right, Cole.
What?
These aren't plastic free, but the same brand that I buy plastic solid lotion from, they make chapstick. It's really, really good. It's
okay.
I mean, some of the stuff we saw in the files is them actually doing nefarious stuff to avoid wars. For instance, making some of our soldiers serve a prison sentence in another country because a politician did something nefarious. That's what's in these files. I don't know if y'all caught that or not.
Fuck politicians.
Man. We have actually ordered some of our soldiers to serve time in prisons for what politicians have done in other countries.
Yeah.
That's what the files have already exposed. So anything else that's in the files is stuff we don't already know about. Otherwise, they would just be out with it.
It's everything. It's
Tunk, if I sent you a message saying it's raining, right? And then I sent you another message 10 minutes later, you're not going to assume that new message is going to say it's raining. You already know that. And I already know you know that. So if I was holding back that second message from you, your assumption is not going to be that the message says it's raining. I already exposed that. I already told you that. So whatever they're not releasing is stuff we don't know about yet.
Yeah. Right.
And given what we do know about, I don't even want to know.
No,
I don't even want to know at this point.
Fucking bullshit, man.
And it will start a war.
It's fucking ridiculous.
The only thing our government ever hides from us is shit that will start a war.
These people should be hung.
They hid the Kennedy thing from us because they knew it would start a war. That's all it's ever about when they hide shit from us.
These people should be hung. All of them. Politicians, our first politicians and people that served in government, they were all people that represented the city and the people of that county.
Yeah, exactly, Daniel.
They were farmers and bankers and school teachers and doctors and stuff that went and represented government. It wasn't this, fucking billionaire boys club that you get in and now you're a millionaire. When I learned in government, when I took government in college, is that the reason politicians make so much money is so that they can't be bribed. And it's just like that fucking statement is just utterly ridiculous in so many ways. It's not even funny. because one, they still get bribed. They still get bribed. It's known and documented that there's lobbyists that pay politicians money. So they still get bribed. It's a fucking scam.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, to your point, Tonk.
And then they destroyed, like Gavin Newsom has destroyed California. He's
to your point about them voting against releasing the harassment claims on Congress. How many of those people that voted to block that have been sitting there screaming about Trump and his
exactly, dude?
For the last 10 years?
AOC was one of them. It's like it's crazy. It's like they do this in your face. That woman will stand on TV and say she's a victim and say women are a victim and immigrants this and that and release the files, and then she votes to keep her pedophile fucking friend and her rapist fucking friend. We're talking about sexual misconduct here, so that's probably rape. You know what I'm saying? Sexual assault. Like, we're talking terrible fucking shit. This was the same shit that happened. Eminem talked about it in his album, The Eminem Show. There was a woman that disappeared, and there was a politician that was involved with her. It happened in the 90s.
Yeah, Chandra Levy.
Yeah.
This remember it. I haven't forgotten.
So right now, this is what they are protecting, is someone that did what happened to Chandra Levy. Just like what happened in the military, there's been women multiple times. There's been women in the military that were murdered, and they never released the information on who did it.
Tonk, remember back when Obama was president, there was that big scandal with the Secret Service where they were down in Latin American countries.
They had hookers.
No. Come to find out, the Epstein files show that they were actually standing in for politicians that were guilty of that. That never happened. The Secret Service was never partying like they claimed. It was the politicians that got caught down there, and they blamed it on the Secret Service.
That's
never happened,
dude. Exactly, dude. Exactly. But the president allowed all that shit.
And now we know it never happened. And all anybody can yell about is the children. It's like, okay, fine. But what do you think allowed that shit to happen to the children?
Dude. It's like
the fact that our Secret Service goes down for politicians. That's what allows that atmosphere to thrive. And here's the other thing for these people
they're literally keeping safe.
This war is being perpetrated by the Epstein class. Well, guess what? The Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran is an Epstein country.
Dude, Washington State lawmakers just submitted a bill like a month or two ago that literally makes it better for child sex offenders and other sex offenders. Like, once they go through the court process and all that, it makes their life easier. Like, it basically made it almost not illegal to do this stuff.
Yeah. Yes, Daniel, the Secret Service.
So like the same party that wants Epstein files released because of children are literally submitting a fucking bill that makes it worse for children in reference to sexual assault.
Well, don't forget, they're also against liberating the Iranian people. They're against liberating the Iranian 9-year-old.
And they claim it's like the same. It's like they don't actually make sense. And then you want to defend this woman is a black lesbian woman. I forgot her name. She was in a fucking it was like a LA Fitness or something like that. It was like a workout place. She was in the bathroom and there was a trans woman in there and got into a fight.
That
with
was
her.
in the gym. There
was an altercation. Yeah. This woman, this trans woman, had a history of beating the shit out of women so much that a woman had to have reconstructive surgery to her face. And then this woman was in the bathroom now assaulting other women. And it's like the left want to defend women, but then you allow stuff like that to happen and you support the person.
Yeah. They claim to want to
Like, you're
defend
gonna
women's rights, but
support-
then they allow a bunch of men to go in women face.
It's like in men and women's sports and stuff. Like, how is that fair? How is that fair? How is that fair?
It's the equivalent to blackface. It's women face. That's what it is.
It's like, look, if you're gay or whatever, or however you want to dress, that's fine. That's fine. Do whatever you want to do. But like, you competing against women in their sports, how is that even legal? There was speaking of Washington State, there was a wrestling match here, and it was a woman versus a trans woman, and the trans woman grabbed the chick by her vagina, struck her fingers in the chick's vagina. Like, how is this allowed? How do people support that? It doesn't matter what that person's sexuality is.
No, they're treating these people like they're Make-A-Wish retarded kids.
And Obama did all.
We got to let them compete somewhere.
Obama did all that. He sent a letter out to schools. He sent a letter out to schools that said you have to allow trans women to use women's bathrooms. He sent a letter to all schools in the country and said that to them. That's what Obama did.
Imagine going around the country telling everybody that you're just as valid and it's not abnormal to dress as a woman and all that. And then have the people that are standing up for you treat you like a Make-A-Wish freaking patient.
It's just crazy, man. Like,
do they not see how they're being cucked, bro?
I didn't know. Like, when I was growing up, no kids were confused.
Even if let me suspend disbelief for a second.
We're not giving them medication to stop.
Let me suspend disbelief for a second and grant them.
If you want to do something as an adult,
license, okay?
Hold on, Color. If you want to do something as an adult and get surgery and do all that, go right ahead. But like, doing stuff to children is just. I don't even like circumcision. Okay, I don't even like circumcision. It's one of the things that pisses me off about the Bible is how much they talk about circumcision. But like, just leave children alone. In just like, we can't. How can you defend some of the shit that is happening? Like, if I put on a dress, I shouldn't be allowed in the women's bathroom. I shouldn't be allowed in the women's bathroom just because I have a dress on. That's not how it works. That's not protecting women. That's putting women in harm's way. It's putting women in harm's way. 100%.
Yeah, it's making a mockery of women.
And like, claiming they have periods and stuff. You know, it's like, you don't actually go through what women go through. Like, you didn't go through your life of almost being sexually assaulted because you're a woman.
And you know what?
You didn't have to deal with shit like that.
And you know what? I don't even care about the people with real dysphoria. Okay? Because it's the height of like fallacy to be able to say that, you know, to be able to dress up like a woman, mock them,
go right ahead,
and then claim it's about their rights.
Yeah, it's like dress however you want to dress. Like, people been wearing wigs and dresses for a long fucking time.
We don't let white people paint their face black and make a mockery of black people.
And I can't identify
listen,
as a 12-year-old.
We as a society do not let white people paint their face black and act like a black person. Why do we let them dress up as women?
Only in movies do they allow it. It's like once every 10 years.
Well, what I'm saying is, has it occurred to anybody
that
a female looking at a man dressing up as a woman, had it ever occurred to anybody that woman feels the same way that a black person does when a white person puts on blackface?
Yeah,
had it ever occurred to anybody?
Exactly.
It's a mockery.
It's not even, it's it's not even about like I knew gay people growing up, and they were good people, and they were always different.
Trans people are not gay.
I knew it. Well,
Ask them; they'll tell you.
Well, they still.
They literally believe they're a woman, Tonk. It's not about being gay.
But
if you believe you're a woman, how are you gay?
I don't know, man. I don't
you
know.
Believe you're a woman. They literally believe that they are heterosexual women.
But like I don't necessarily have a problem with that. It's just trying to force this onto children.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it any more than I have a problem with somebody dressing up as a furry.
Yeah, exactly.
What I have a problem with is people marginalizing me because I'm making fun of the morons.
But I don't want you reading to my kid. Like they had like drag queen readings. Why? But that's like me dressing up as a Native American and dancing around a fire, like in front of kids. What's the point of it, though?
Doc, have you ever watched any westerns from the 60s? Like all the Indians are white people painted brown.
And it's like
we considered that a mockery.
Like I knew a person growing up that he was always a little different, and he turned out to be gay. And
John
but
Wayne
like he was always that way. Like I don't believe it was a choice. You know, like I believe some people like. You know, like if some people feel that way, I'm not going to argue with them about that. But it's just all the stuff that's happened in regards to that and how much women have been affected by it. I have to speak up because it's just not right. Like you can be whoever you want to be, but that stops with you.
Joe, China ain't doing shit.
That can't physically affect other people. That's you. That's feeling that way.
China's in the straight right now to beg us for oil.
I can't identify as a 16-year-old, right? No, I can't. And like try to date 16-year-olds? No, I can't do that. You know, I can't identify as a dog and have sex with dogs. So like
the problem with China blockading the strait is that they need the oil.
Just like leave women alone.
Yeah.
Leave women
Real
alone.
quick, Tom, the problem with China blocking the Strait of Hormuz is that they need the oil more than we do. We will wait.
China and Russia.
We will just wait them out.
But like China, like they have so many fucking solar panels.
They have no leverage to get a deal with Taiwan now. We have basically stopped their ability to invade Taiwan because of taking the oil.
Yeah, because of taking the oil.
I'm telling you, that's what this has all been about. This is a war against China. That's what it is.
Yeah.
This is no different than the games we used to play in the Cold War against Russia.
Good.
Okay.
Fuck China. They're fucking assholes, man. Like, they're fucking assholes. Our country has been ripped to shreds with terrible trade agreements and our economy being drained away to other countries. Like, it's bullshit.
The other thing is
how much we've lost.
We could take the strait back whenever we want to. We're doing it to make it hard on our enemies.
Trump isn't perfect.
That's why we secured Venezuelan oil before we started this shit.
But nobody who can do that job well is going to be a perfect human. You can't.
Every talking point they have was mitigated by something Trump did before we started this freaking action. Okay? Everything. They have nothing. When everybody was complaining about all these things we were doing around the world, this is what it was all about. The 12-day war when we struck their nuclear facilities in the desert. That was all in preparation for this. That was a flag up the flagpole to make sure that the rest of the world was going to look the other way. And they have. That was a signal for Saudi Arabia to release more oil supply on the market 2 days before we started this action. Which all you have to do, you don't even have to listen to the media. If you want to know what's going on with oil, pull up a goddamn futures chart and watch the chart yourself. Oil prices are public information. You don't need the media to tell you how expensive oil is. You can watch it yourself. It went up $10 a barrel. Now, you might think that's a lot, but it fluctuates $40 a barrel every single day. I trade it. I know it does. I'm about to start shorting it because I'm sure it's about to go down. The whole point of all this was to make oil expensive for China and cheap for us. That's what this is all about. Because they've been doing it to us for decades. They've been paying cheaper oil prices than everybody else in the world for decades. Well, that's over with now. Now they have to come to us for oil. Not Iran, not Venezuela, not Iraq, not Saudi Arabia, us. You want to talk to Saudi Arabia about oil? You give us a call. I actually do, Joe. Not olive oil, but I do trade soybean oil. I mean, people are just so like the midwits of the world are just jumping all over this like they do every time we do a military action. They all think they know what the hell they're talking about. I don't even know what I'm talking about. All I'm doing is making the least amount of assumptions possible. That's all I ever do. Because that's how you arrive at the truth. The only assumption I have to make is that this is about stopping China from getting oil. That's the only assumption I have to make. And every bit of the evidence fits that assumption. Y'all young people, you didn't have to sit there and watch an airplane full of American passengers sit on a runway in Beirut for an entire summer. You didn't watch that. You didn't watch them shoot a Navy fucking officer and dump him out the plane. And the last thing I'll say for all those people that think, oh, Iran was not an imminent threat. Oh, no, not at all. What happened after we took out their entire leadership apparatus and the missiles started flying? Well, think about it logically for a second. If we took out their entire leadership apparatus in the first strike before they even retaliated, what's that tell you? Especially since they've been working with China on the DeepSeek project and AI testing. What it tells me is their AI systems, their automated AI systems, in the event that their entire leadership structure was taken out, their pre-designated targets were launched by AI. And AI decided that Iran's enemies were all of the Arab countries.
Yeah.
So by us taking out their leadership apparatus and all of their systems automatically firing at pre-target destinations, we exposed the mullahs as having secretly been ready to attack all of their Arab neighbors. Do y'all not see that logic? That's why the Arab countries are pissed. Not because the accidents happened, not because Iran targeted them, but because they have been targeting them for decades, automatically, in the event that their regime was toppled. So what the Arab nations just found out was all along Iran was ready to destroy them all. That's why they're pissed. And that's why they're joining us. I don't know how people can't see that. It's very simple. When we took out their leadership apparatus, who was there to order the launches? Nobody. Those were automatic pre-targeted systems that were targeting all of their quote unquote friends.
Yeah, they've been attacking everybody. Iran's been attacking everybody.
What it shows is that they were ready to attack everybody.
They're almost like Hitler in fucking World War II when he started attacking Russia. Like Russia was on his side.
And even if it wasn't
if Russia would have joined in and helped, they might have won.
Yeah, but they can't. They're busy in Ukraine.
No, I'm talking about World War II.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm saying that Iran is attacking all its neighbors like Germany did.
Yeah, well, the dog lover betrayed Russia. That's why they ended up fighting against them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The dog lover.
Well, you're not allowed to say his name anymore.
Yeah, you can. Hitler?
Well, you can, but YouTube don't like it.
Oh, well. The fuck? Fuck YouTube.
People get a little upset when a German guy uses that name.
It's not like we're talking. It's not like we're supporting the motherfucker.
I know. I was joking. It was more of
the fucking Iranian government.
It was a joke to all the people that want to censor people. I'm playing their game.
I got something they could fucking censor.
That's why I like you, Tonk. You ain't swayed by all that bullshit. You're like, whatever. If they cancel me, they cancel me.
Can't cancel me. I speak too much truth. So you can get mad at me.
Well, the other thing, Tonk, is
you can't cancel the truth.
Take your choice, whether they were automatic pre-targets or whether AI decided who the targets were. It's even worse if AI decided, because that means that AI used the large language model of Iranian speech to decide who their enemies were.
That's crazy.
It's even worse if AI did it.
That's crazy to even think that they're trying to use AI. I mean,
well, they were trying to beat us.
If I was going to use AI as a bomb
right now,
I would say, go shoot here and blow up here. I wouldn't allow it to make a decision.
Right.
I would tell it where to go.
Exactly. And that's the thing. This is an AI race.
They're not using AI correctly.
Well, hold on. This is an AI race, and they thought they were going to use theirs. And we actually are using ours now, and
because we know what we're doing.
But we're not using it to do the whole thing. We're using it to enhance our targeting.
Yeah.
So the reason that the Iranian people can stand out and report and watch the bombs fall without being in danger is because of our AI targeting systems. We just tell the AI, go here, and it goes there, just like you said.
Yeah.
You know?
They're not saying, here, take care of this problem. They're like, let's shoot Lebanon.
Now we're too close for missiles. Now we're switching to guns. Did you hear? We're moving into the next phase of using conventional gravity bombs with GPS guided systems because it's too expensive to use all the heavy technology, and we don't need to anymore. They have no threat. We have our bombers are under no threat in their airspace right now.
Yeah.
So we're switching to conventional bombs because we don't need the stealth anymore. Right?
We can just fly over there with a big ass. We can fly over there with something that weighs 2 fucking tons of fucking C4.
Right. So we're basically
and just drop that motherfucker.
Right. So we're basically going back to 10 years ago when the best we had was GPS guided targeting systems. You know what I mean? So basically the GPS tells the bomber when to push the button so that it'll make sure to go to that spot. But it's not actually guided by GPS.
Yeah, he's just like press.
It just tells him when to hit the button to make sure that it goes to the right spot. Now that's going to be accurate with our phones. That's accurate to 15 meters. I'm sure the government has it down to about 3 meters. You know what I mean? But the point is, you can still have collateral damage with GPS conventional weapons. But with the AI guided systems, it's like, no, I want you to go into that building, make a left-hand turn down that hallway, and go into that assembly room and kill the whole leadership apparatus. You know what I mean? Without harming another fleet. You know,
shit's crazy.
I know, and the fact that they all gather,
and like the AI stays alive though, right? Like it's located somewhere else, so like it's sending the bombs, but it's not like we're losing the AI.
You know what the really sad thing is, dude? When it comes to us taking out their leadership, the only way we could have done that is if we had an operative on the inside. And it was probably an Iranian loyalist, like an Iranian freedom loyalist that likely was acting undercover, you know what I mean, in a big mission. And the sad thing is, and I can only speculate about this.
You think he died?
He likely, that's the only way they could have got in there like that, dude, is if they sacrificed him as well. And it's likely a decision he made.
Yeah, we probably didn't have a choice.
You know, I'm just going on.
He probably knew. Yeah, but
I'm
he
just
probably
going
knew,
on life.
Yeah, but
I'm just going on what I've seen in the movies and life imitating art. That's all I'm saying. I'm just speculating.
Well, if he did, he had to know he was going to die.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But he died for his country, though.
For his country. That's what I believe.
That's what he did. That's what we have to do to win wars. That's why they sign up for it.
Why do you think it's taken 47 years for us to do this? Because they are tight, bro. We can't get operatives in there. That's why it's taken so long.
For anyone that wants a good watch and kind of see how some of this stuff could
that's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Go watch if you have Apple TV, or maybe people have super boxes, right? People have super boxes.
Yeah.
Go watch the television series Tehran. That movie is actually real. That series
I will.
Is really
I forgot
good.
That existed, but I will now that you remind me.
And it's funny. It's funny, like it's funny how things are playing out, because stuff that that they wrote in this, and it's a fictional. Trust me, it's a fictional series. Stuff that they wrote into it actually happened in real life afterwards.
Yeah. Life really does imitate art, dude.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of funny. But what I do want to say is
think about real quick, Ali. Think about all those crazy things I was just talking about the Secret Service and the soldiers and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's something you would see out of a 24 episode, dude.
This is true. This is definitely true.
Dan, that's crazy to think about. Though there was probably the spies that were in there. They died too.
If they had someone they had to sacrifice, I think they
had to though.
I think they call that a line or a Linus. Or there's a Linus program that does stuff like that in a certain scenario. Mm-hmm. But God, I know one thing for sure: the United States has, as part of its defense, as part of Department of Defense, has a disposal of hackers that are world class, and they've already been using it because I don't know if you guys know this. Donald Trump hacked Islamic Republic State TV, and he was the Iranian people. And they haven't just done this once throughout this war, or even prior to the war. They've done this 4 or 5 times.
Wow.
They have the ability to hack all of Iran's CCTV systems, everything.
Yeah, he's like, we're going to blow you up if you don't surrender. It's like, you surrender right now, we're going to blow you up.
Yep, they're doing that. They're doing that right from Georgetown, bro, and the Network Ops Center, dude.
Yeah, it's not even funny. They're doing it from here, bro. That's
we have control of all the satellites in space. When we're talking about satellites, everything.
Remember how earlier in the show I was talking about we have freaking laser beams, right? Well, we have so much sophisticated technology that we've never used that we're using in this thing.
Yeah, that we've never used it for.
That's why you have video all over Twitter of Iranians sitting on their balcony with popcorn and cheering on as the fireworks are going off.
Yeah,
and that's not even a joke. That's actually happening.
I know. I've seen it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. Like, it's like these people are happy. They're crying. They're crying out of happiness. Like you could hear how happy they are. Like you could hear that they're afraid. You could just tell by the way they sound. Like but they're happy. The thing about it
is, Donk, the conflict that they're witnessing is no different for them than any other day. The difference this time is it's going to be the last time.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, it should be. It should be.
Yeah,
like they already lived their lives expecting that they could die at any moment.
Look, there's during this conflict, even prior to this conflict, we'll say end of December, because that's when technically the Iranian Revolution started. If you've been watching the news, there was millions of people in the streets and everything, and prior to the January massacre, right? There's something that they've been chanting, right? And the chant goes, آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which translates to this is the last battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is the opposition leader and also the crown prince of Iran, right? And he's leading the transitional opposition government. He wants to bring secular democracy. He doesn't care if it's monarchy or a republic. He wants them to.
He's already stated he don't want the job. He just wants to be the provisional.
He wants to help get them to where they can, so people can vote on it and actually have a real election. That's what he wants. Right?
Which makes sense because in a time like this, after it's all decimated and everything is a shambles, the people are going to be screaming for a monarch for a minute.
Definitely. But because to be honest, he's the only person we trust. We don't trust anybody that's associated with.
That's kind of what I meant. That's kind of what I meant. And it's like so far he's saying the right things, that I just want to be the provisional guy.
Yeah.
And we got to get democracy up in there, And
definitely.
It is. We're not talking about a bunch of backwards people that aren't ready for democracy.
Yes.
Iranians understand the West and democracy. They are ready for it.
They
even want the original. A lot of them want the original crown prince to come back.
The people you interact with in a day.
And he said, look, I'll do it, but only if they all vote me in for it.
Right, exactly. Well, if I'm elected, then I'm elected. But the point is, most people on a daily basis don't even realize it, but you interact with thousands of Iranians in a week. You don't even know it.
You don't even know it, to be honest. But here's what I wanted to say real quick, because this is the point I was trying to make. They believe in. I'll say we believe, because I'm fighting with them, maybe from afar, through social media and everything like that. But there's so much blood between the government and the Iranian regime and the people of Iran that we've come too far to go back to that. So that means that this is the final battle. What one thing will be for sure: one entity will be living, the other will not.
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
If the Islamists end up pulling this out, you know what I mean? Then Iran is going to be a theocracy forever.
Forever. Yes. There's no coming back. There's no going back. This is the final battle.
Armageddon.
Yes. That's what I think that, you know, that's why I really am passionate about this being a humanitarian thing. I get it. Everybody has their interests, but what war do people not have interests? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Exactly,
that's what it comes down to. You know, the Islamic regime's interest is to expand. And if you really look into the Islamic regime's extremism, their agenda is to dominate the world and convert everybody. That's their end game.
And kill everybody who...
Right?
Tom, you made a great point earlier that even if you're against military action and you're an anti-war person and all that, you can't reverse what's happening right now. To just come out and be like so negative and be like, you know what, because of my feelings that I don't think we should go to war anywhere, that I'm willing to let a bunch of our people suffer who are begging for our help for 50 years, okay, that we promised help to for 50 years. And these people are like, oh, that's not my fight. Well, you know what? You're an asshole. You're just an asshole. And America doesn't deserve, you don't deserve America. How about that?
Let me ask you a question.
I don't care if your family is a gold star family and you feel that way. I don't care. You don't deserve America.
I definitely understand. I definitely understand your sentiment there. But let me ask you this question real quick, Color, because you know history even more than I do. Okay. If we killed, and I've heard certain politicians, you know, that support Trump have made this comparison, and I actually thought about this, and I agree. If we killed Hitler in 1934 or 1935,
and stopped the whole thing that happened before it ever happened,
probably would have never happened. The Holocaust would have never happened, right? Yeah. The atomic bomb.
Now you know where I'm coming from, Ali.
So what, we had a chance to kill him in 1935?
No, we're saying if we did, would people really be assholes and be like, we shouldn't have done that? He's a sovereign leader.
Because you have these isolationists. You have these isolationists that, because back prior to World War II, our country was an isolationist, right? We were isolated. We didn't want to get involved. Right? We didn't want to get involved into World War II until the Germans said, hey, I need some help because they were dealing with Russia, they got Japan to fight, to have Pearl Harbor happen. Right? And that's what brought us into this war. So people are saying, well, we're not in the war yet, so I don't know why we're even doing this. Well, let me ask you a question. Do you want to be in a world war where you have fighting up against, when it's too late, against a figure that could be the next Hitler or is the next Hitler? Or would you rather have taken care of it ahead of time so you don't have to waste all this money in the next 50 years?
And by the way, they literally declared war on us.
Yes, several times, not just once. They do it every year. Every year they claim war on us.
Now, as for Are you
what a bunch of dumbasses?
Seriously telling me that if Trump was alive in the 30s and he directed our special forces to go kidnap Hitler and bring him to New York and install a different leader in Germany, would you all have been there going, you shouldn't go kidnap a sovereign leader?
They probably would have.
Let me ask you guys.
And you know how I know, Tonk? Because the New York Times literally did that back then, ran propaganda for the Germans. Look it up.
Let me
never been held accountable for it.
So check this out. Check this out, Color. Check this out. Right.
Like CNN just did in Iran by sending their jackass there to tell everybody how full the store shelves are.
You know, I'm glad you brought up Venezuela and Maduro, right? I want to bring this up real quick. those isolationists or people that think we shouldn't be in this war because it's not on our borders or whatever, I'm going to teach you guys something real quick. And you can go look this shit up.
It'll be on our. It is on our fucking
media,
border.
the Western media, like CNN
it is on our border,
or BBC, don't want to talk about
this. It's on France's borders. It's on UK's borders.
No. I'm going to tell you how it's in our backyard, and you don't even know, Tom, because I'm going to teach you something.
Ask Austin, Texas, if it's in their backyard.
I'm gonna just give me a second. Let me explain this. I'll explain for the people that don't know at home. You know Venezuela, right? Do you know who was running security for Maduro?
Yeah, Russia and China.
No.
And Cuba.
No. Hezbollah.
Oh, Iran.
Hezbollah. Who funds Hezbollah?
Yeah.
Who funds Hezbollah? Iran does.
Yeah.
Do you know they found an underground tunnel network system, right? Very similar to, actually, it's exactly what Iran has, where they're hiding most of their missile systems and stuff. It's very sophisticated, right? They found that in Venezuela. And do you know who Venezuela's number one state partner was?
I didn't know that, Ali.
Do you know who their number one state partner was?
Russia.
Iran, right? Yeah. Venezuela's oil was being sold to Iran, cheaper price, and then so on, right? You could argue with the fact that Hezbollah, and there's also facts that have come out that they're saying that IRGC may have been involved. Imagine that ballistic systems and those missiles that, especially since Iran decided to announce that they have the state-of-the-art missile capability now. Imagine those missiles were at Venezuela and not in the Middle East.
I wonder if finding that there is what expedited our action, dude.
They could, yes. I think they're all. I think everything's connected. I'm going to connect.
Like, holy shit! They're not trying to build a missile that can reach us. They're just building them here.
I'm going to connect the dots even more, Color, because this is the part that Western media doesn't want to talk about.
Oh,
right?
because Venezuela is not that far from Florida.
Exactly, Tom.
This is going to be big. This is going to be big.
It's not.
Do you know recently we had the cartel incident in Guadalajara, right? You guys know about that. The CNJ, whatever that group is called, right?
That was February.
Guess who their partner is?
Venezuela.
Nope.
Hamas.
Nope. IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is the main, you can call them a terrorist organization now because everyone calls them that now, of Iran, right?
Yeah.
Guess who does money laundering, smuggling of weapons across the U.S. border and Mexico? Guess who does that for that cartel? The IRGC. They're already in our backyard. Do you understand? They carry out.
That's who the guy was in Texas.
I'm telling you, bro. They're already in our backyard.
Yeah,
bro.
he just killed people.
They just openly admitted to having sleeper cells. I'm just wondering when they plan on activating them, because one guy in Texas is a pretty sad sleeper cell.
Bro,
I don't
that's
know,
the
dude.
scary
I
part.
mean,
That is the scary part. But that's my
sleeper
point.
cell is a sleeper cell. Like, well, okay, but what just happened in Australia? Was that not a sleeper cell when he killed like 5 or 6 Jewish people?
Oh yeah,
yeah, that was
and
crazy.
You know what Australia's wanting to do? Now Australia wants to start limiting gun and start removing guns from people. So now literally only the criminals will have guns.
And the fucked up thing is, Tonk, the Jews they took out in Australia, that's a sect of Judaism where they don't, like, they're totally anti-war, like they don't want to fight with anybody.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. When has Australia got beef with people, dude?
What I mean is they're not the Jews that everybody talks about that are running the world. You know what I mean?
Like, it was a little girl.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. But my point is that all of this is connected and people don't even know. And groups like Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and there's all these other terrorist groups, right? like the Brotherhood of Islam, I think it's called.
Don't forget about the
They're all
compound of
funded
Chinese
from
in the
Iran,
Darien
right?
Gap, dude.
So okay, so it's okay for us to go against terrorism, but not take out the source.
Yeah.
I would take out the source, because when you kill cancer, you don't just take out a part of the tumor, you take everything out from the head to toe, right? Yeah. And that's what President Trump is doing.
And now you arrive at the announcement that was made in Doral, Florida today, of the creation of the Shield of the Americas.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is a basically a treaty between all of the Latin American countries and America to go after these drug cartels as if they are at war.
Good.
To use the military to take them out.
Yes, dude. Yes.
And just about every Latin American country, South American country has signed on.
Make Mexico great again.
Bro,
I don't know if their leaders were in Doral today to sign on to it. Every one of them.
My point is, they're already here. They're in our backyard. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying.
How do you think? Right, Ali. And how do you think Trump, a guy who most of the Latin American leaders can't stand, right? How do you think a guy like him got them all to show up in Doral and sign on to this initiative?
Yeah.
He showed them the evidence.
Yeah.
He showed them the intelligence of what's being built in their own backyards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly
when you have the minority leader of the Senate, who we already know that he's kind of a wacko kind of himself, right? When you have him coming out of a meeting with the Secretary of State that provided evidence to him and other majority and minority leaders of Congress, right? And he comes out and the first thing he says, holy shit, this is really fucking serious. They need to make their state to the American people, right? When he says that, you know it's fucking serious, right? Yep. Because if it wasn't serious, he would go on a whole different tirade of something else. Do you get what I'm saying? Yep. Whatever they showed them, it's fucking serious. That's why I'm saying this isn't just something that, Trump's just trying to do whatever because it's Trump.
No, but you know what? There's also a law. He
wouldn't be sharing the intelligence if something wasn't in.
What is the law that allows the United States to protect this hemisphere?
The Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah, the Monroe Doctrine.
That's manifest destiny. We own the West. It's ours.
Yeah, that's like him taking out Maduro and getting Iran out of there. And that's the Maduro Doctrine.
Ironically, not ironically, the only leader that didn't show up in Doral today was the Cuban leader. So we know who's next.
They need to, bro. I stand with.
But I mean, this is what we got to do, man. Like, this
is
protecting all of us. If we get these cartels out of there and make these countries where we're
even the DR showed up, bro. He actually made a special he kind of singled out the DR leader, like made friendly, like, you know what I mean, like
Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I had to think about who you were talking about.
Costa Rica showed up. Guyana showed up.
You had the leader of Argentina.
They're friends anyway.
Ecuador, Argentina
was definitely there. In Ecuador, yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Ecuador has done a lot to
Paraguay showed up.
Improve their country by getting cartels out of there and getting
I didn't even know Paraguay had a president.
Yeah, man.
I'm kidding. I knew they had a president.
They're getting rid of the bag people, dude. That's been destroying all those countries.
The prime minister of Trinidad Tobago showed up.
And a lot of the illegal immigration that is a problem here is coming from those organizations and stuff. It's not people that are trying to come here and live and have a good life that we would allow all those people if we didn't have the problem people. Like, we would want all those people to come in that want to come here and live.
The prime minister of Trinidad Tobago showed up with a damn meeting.
We're trying to make it so that we can have those people come here, but we're keeping the bad people out. Like, that's what we're trying to build.
What we're saying to the rest of the world is, if you value human life, you're our friends and we want to do business. That's what Trump is saying to the whole world.
Yeah. I mean, look, for me, it's like, I don't understand, like, all of these, like, what we're doing, to be honest, a lot of it is just common sense, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's called valuing human life. That's all it is.
Yeah,
he is basically, his compass is human life is valuable, and that's how I'm going to govern myself.
Yeah. I even myself, and you know this, Color, I'm not.
Human life is valuable. We don't want to work with you.
You know this yourself. You and I have had conversations. I'm an independent. I'm not 100% a MAGA person, right?
So am I.
But I certain, like, stuff like this that's just common sense. I support it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't support everything he does.
I can't stand the guy, but his policies are great.
So far, like what he's doing with
this term is 100 times better than his first term.
You see,
I do agree with that.
There is nothing in our Constitution that requires us to like our president. What can people not understand about that?
Yeah.
He's another human being. I don't like anybody.
I know,
it's not me.
Durrell is like the brother, the northern brother of Miami.
Man, I thought you liked me, Color. Damn.
You understand what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. I'm just
right. Like, I don't expect everybody. I can't stand half these people. But what Trump is doing is what I want our president to do. The way he's governing himself, this country, and the world is how I want things to be. I don't care. Put another name on it if you got to.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I really thought, Rubio was becoming quite the little weasel the past couple years. But man, that dude is just absolutely champed. He is making people in Florida look like the finest people on planet Earth.
He's the only.
We are the finest people on planet Earth. But
I'm going to tell you guys something, like, legit. I'm not the biggest Rubio fan either. I've been very critical of him.
Me neither. But I'm voting for him over JD Vance in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. But let me tell you why, though. He's the only politician that I know that goes to Europe and people actually listen. Like, if you saw him at the Berlin Security Council convention thing, he did a speech there that I think was amazing. And he sat there and people were actually listening and, like, nodding as he was talking, like, yeah, like, wow, like he actually had their attention. And it's been a long time. I can say that in the Biden years or Biden year, even Trump's first term, and even prior to that,
he's been playing the games is why I don't really care for him much these days. You know what I mean? He kind of went unprincipled for a while. You know what I mean?
I get you, but what he's doing now, it's like,
got to do to get up in this political world. And hey, what can you blame him any more than any other politician?
No. But what I'm saying is, like, I was like,
the job he's doing is phenomenal.
If I had the conversation with him, I'd be like, Rubio, I didn't know you had it in you. So,
exactly. Same thing. I was spot on, bro. Exactly what I thought. He is so brilliant that he literally told people 3 weeks ago, or whenever it was, or a couple days. I don't remember when it was, but before we started everything, he was like, I want it to go on record that I'm telling you all this right now, because fast forward, you're going to claim something else that I said. And sure enough, he had to show those receipts.
Yeah,
they said everyone in the comments tonight. We got everyone up late tonight.
Yeah, you got 80 people watching, bro.
And Color staying up late. It's been a while. We haven't been doing any shows. Fucking A, man. Cap's been busy.
Even the knitting community is seeing an increase because people are bored online looking for the next update in the war.
No, this no, I'm happy with, like, I don't know, man. Seeing true liberation is just made me feel good inside.
Oh,
You
and
don't really, you don't.
as far as the whole Cuba
how often
thing,
do you see stuff like that?
that's how I know that the people that really control the world are going to install Rubio, because they want Cuba next.
Yeah.
And it'll smooth things over
You
for
mean
the
install
Cuban people
him as
if our president is
president
Cuban.
there?
No, I'm just saying it would go a long way to smoothing it over if our president or our vice president was Cuban. So the powers that be, and we all know who they are going to install
Marco
Rubio.
is Cuban?
Yeah, he's Cuban. He's a Cuban American, I should say, but yeah.
His family immigrated, and he's born here, right? I'm pretty sure he's born here.
Yeah,
that'd be dope.
I think the powers that be will install him in some way.
That'd be crazy if he became president of Cuba.
Remember this: he is Secretary of State. He's third in line to the presidency right now.
Yep.
And it is traditional, actually, if you look at our history in this country.
Okay.
It is traditional for the Secretary of State to be the heir apparent to the presidency.
Bro, I just want to put into this perspective real quick, Color, since we're talking about Rubio.
Why do you think Hillary, man?
When we're saying he's killing it right now, let me just tell you the marathon of different projects he's working on all at the same time, right? You have the what do they call it? What's that the thing that we're hoping that replaces the United Nations that Trump put together? Something of peace. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I heard about it, but I didn't hear the name and all that.
Essentially, he has several countries that he's invited. I think it's like
something.
Because fuck the United Nations, dude. Fuck.
Yes, yeah. Let me get to my point, though. Let me just get to my point. They have a team of different countries that they've invited that Trump's kind of positioning to be the next United Nations, but better, like make it great again, right? Well, anyway, this peace group, right, is they already have a plan in place for Gaza and how they're gonna fix everything and how they're gonna run it and everything. So he has that project. He has the cartel stuff that he's working with what is it, the America's Shield of America thing that we just mentioned. They got that going on. He has the war with Iran conflict going on
in Venezuela too.
Venezuela. I mean, well, that's connected to all of it. But my point is, he has all these different projects that he's doing, plus making deals. They got the Greenland thing going on. They got he made deals with Armenia and Azerbaijan recently.
Well, you know what that new version of the United Nations is about, Ali. He's moving the capital of Rome.
Yes, I get you.
What?
To the Western Hemisphere.
Yes.
You mean hold on.
Explain that to Tom, because
it's Constantine.
Yeah.
He's moving the capital of Rome to Constantinople.
We're not talking about Vatican.
Yeah,
no.
Where is the Rome? Hold on. Rome?
No, it was an analogy. If you look at us as the new Roman Empire, right? Or if you look at like the global
I'm thinking
new world order. If you look at that as the new Rome and empire, Trump
take things very
is moving the center of activity from Europe, from Copenhagen to the Western Hemisphere.
So my point,
he would probably rather take something like that to Tel Aviv.
No. What I'm saying is,
or
when Constantine moved the Roman capital from Rome to Constantinople, he changed their culture forever. He brought the center of the world to Turkey, not to no longer in Rome, in Italy.
But you're saying that's what he's trying to do with this?
He's basically trying to create a new Hague, a new Copenhagen.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
So we're
going to be in control of all the science, like who gets all the, the awards for science, and we're going to be in control of all that.
So basically what I was trying to get at, just to kind of put the nail in the coffin, he's doing so much work. I don't think I've seen a Secretary of State.
I've
have
never
to deal
seen
with
anything
so
like
much
this
in
before.
such little time, too.
I've never seen anything like this before.
He's been getting it done. Is basically what I'm
He's
saying.
like
I'm
doing the best
crap.
job. Him and Pete Hegseth, dude. Look at the people. Yeah, because he has Pete Hegseth to execute with.
Yeah.
Him. Like,
yeah,
and this is, and I'm just saying, adding on, like, I'm just saying, it just makes it better because the guy that did you watch the State of Union when Trump talked about the pilot that landed the plane, the helicopter that was like the main helicopter that they were going to get Maduro in?
Oh,
like
yeah,
he got shot like multiple times. When he got shot, dude. He still lived. It's like they're putting in, but like everybody that they're hiring to do this stuff is doing a superb fucking job at the same time. Like they have, like, you know what I think this is? I think this is from Trump's first term. He spent a lot of money on the military, and so. I think.
Hey, Tonk, was that dude's legs? Was that dude's legs the only casualty in that action?
for us, yeah, dude.
Wow, can you imagine what his
dude? Did you watch that?
Yeah, no, but can you imagine what his comrades think of him now? That the fact that they're all alive because he
exactly, dude. Legs? Dude, no, he was basically. If you look at a network diagram, there's this thing called the critical path. He was the critical path because they weren't going to be able to land and go and do the shit and come back if he didn't land the plane. Like,
right, so
he had to have someone take over
to make sure everybody got home, dude.
but it's like, this is what the way our military is working right now. It's like everybody is basically at 6 Sigma where they're not making any mistakes.
The ability to do that. I can't even fathom the ability to do that.
Exactly, dude. That's a war here. That is more hero and like you can. That's beyond bravery. That's beyond bravery. Like, brave is getting up and going to work every day and being a good member of society. That's a brave thing to do, to not be a shitbag and shit. But to do that, what he did.
I mean, I carry that motherfucker into battle on a shield, man.
Is like it to be shot and still handle it, but like have it in him to like land the helicopter safely and then be able to transition into
and not just give up on life and
no he was
shot and I'm taken out and that's it for me and forget all my guys, you know.
He couldn't, dude. He was the critical path. He was like, at that moment, he was the critical path. Everything depended on him landing that helicopter properly. Like, every single fucking thing, everything that was set up.
That's what the free meal at Denny's is for, people. Not these assholes that push papers their whole military career.
Like, it's just crazy, man. And to survive that and come back and like, but that's who I think. And Marco Rubio has a lot to do with this, you know, and Pete Hegseth too. And like, I think that what Trump did in his first term, with him putting a lot of emphasis on the military, that probably transitioned through Biden.
He just said it today in Doral. He's like, my first term, I rebuilt this military, and now this term I'm using it. That's literally what he said. My first term, I built it. This term, I'm using it.
It's what he did. It's what he did. I remember. And I'm just calling it like I see it. I did not watch. I knew he was in Florida today, but I didn't watch what Color is talking about. Or I didn't realize I was watching.
Yeah. He also had to make Christy known. But he did the thing. He had to make Christy known the envoy to that whole thing because he had to fire her as Homeland Security Secretary. So,
but I mean, it just makes sense. It just makes sense the way I'm seeing the military work right now. It makes sense that what he did in his first term is the way it's turned out right now. It just makes sense, and so.
Color, stay backstage for a hot take on that. By the way, on her hot take.
Right on.
Why not now?
Okay, I can kind of. This is a theory. What
do you mean, dude?
So you know how I said the Western media like the Western media hasn't really talked about how these cartels have partnered with the IRGC and they use them to smuggle weapons over the border of Mexico and US and do some of their dirty work for them. Remember how I said that?
Right.
Well, maybe the reason that Fox News, even Fox News and CNN and some of these other groups aren't talking about it at all because they've been ordered to, maybe by President Trump.
Well, Trump does have a lot more control of the media than he did in his first term. They are playing more ball with him now.
They are definitely. But let me just point this out real quick. Maybe that firing had more to do with that, the fact that he found out that IRGC people have been coming over our border and shit, and not so much the other stuff. And the reason I say this, people think that Donald Trump just brought up this whole Iran thing out of nowhere. He's actually been talking about Iran like for past 20 some years before he was even president of the United States.
Right.
If you go back and look at his X account and go all the way back.
Ali, he's a businessman. He's a businessman. And who in this world, other than businessmen, know what Iran used to be? You know what I mean?
Yeah. He knows what they used to be. So that's why why I think like when
he was probably pissed when Jimmy Carter did that, he was probably pissed off about it.
But my point is like DHS is supposed to know about this shit. You know what I mean? They're supposed to be doing shit and protecting us from this shit, and they let it get out of hand. And that's why I think that she was fired, among other reasons.
What she's falling for is missing that.
Say that again.
You think that's why she's falling? Is that she missed that? That's what he's actually holding her punitively responsible.
I think it's one of the many reasons, but that's one of them.
So, but I wanted to. All right, but
because he also didn't fire her.
So, Ali, if you wouldn't mind looking up that
he probably looked at it like
that Trump is starting in reference to the United Nations.
Yeah, let me find out what it's called. So there's a couple things. So yeah,
like he's definitely a nationalist, Trump. I want to say he's more of a nationalist than a globalist.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a globalist because he feels like he has to be, because he's a nationalist, but he's doing a globalist thing because he has to do. He's doing what he feels is best for his nation.
Well, Tom, can I just say that? Can I just say? Well, real quick, can I just say that as far as globalist goes, I see him as a globalist in the same way I see myself as a globalist. If every nation in this world decided to vote and sign on to our Constitution, then yeah, I'm a globalist. you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So just real quick, it's called the Board of Peace. Is what it's called.
Oh, I heard of that.
I just put the link for you. That kind of gives you a rundown. It's in the private chat, but essentially, the Board of Peace is an international organization with the stated purpose of promoting peacekeeping around the world, established by President Donald Trump and led by the government of the United States. The board is named in United Nations Security Council 2803 as a body tasked with overseeing the process of the Gaza peace plan.
Think about it like this.
But my point, I think.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, you were explaining. No,
I just want to clarify. I think this is Trump's plan to eventually, replace the United Nations, because the United Nations, if you really look at it, even in this conflict, they don't do shit, bro. They don't do anything but talk.
Look, there was a judge on the United Nations, a woman from Uganda that had a fucking slave. And then, so how I heard about this first was from Alex Jones. You know what I like about him is that he shows everything he talks about. He shows the articles that are printed and documented is what he's talking about. He's not just talking about something that he hasn't proved. Everything that he talks about, he shows you what he's talking about. That's what I like about him. And he was the one that first showed me about that showed me that Ugandan woman. And then later on, I saw someone talking about the United Nations, and And I said, fuck the United Nations. I said, like, the more I used to be for the United Nations and I was for the League of Nations, but the shit that goes on in those things and the globalist shit they do to try to have influence on other countries and shit is terrible fucking shit. And this woman had a slave, and so I said something about that on a post, and someone said, "Oh yeah, well, what she was doing was there's a fine line between what did he fucking say? Slave and apprentice."
Oh yeah, indentured servant is the word.
So like it's like it doesn't fucking matter. It's just like they throw anybody in there, and they're trying, you know, you have people that it's not a coincidence that so many people in powers like this and situations like this are willing to harm humans and do terrible shit to people. And it's like, fuck those fucking organizations. Fuck the World Health Organization. I'm glad that Trump is pulling out of all of those. It's fucking, it is.
Yeah, they're a bunch of eugenicists. They're a bunch of eugenicists.
When Europe left Europe and started taking slaves all over the planet, that was globalist shit. Okay, that was what globalist shit is. And selling all of our industry to China in the 90s, what Clinton did, that was globalist shit. Is what Clinton did. That's what Clinton did. That's global. That's what I'm talking about when I say globalist. And what's crazy about Alex Jones is when I started listening to him, he was talking about these things that I I understood and saw, but I just didn't understand what it was. And he started talking about it.
Like, what it was, shit. You just like, didn't want to believe that people were that corrupt, dude.
I saw it for myself. I just never saw it diagnosed, right? And he talks like
we were taught in school that the UN was God and the greatest thing that Woodrow Wilson ever championed. You know what I mean?
I mean,
and we were never we never watched the news back then. It's not like we knew what they were doing.
I did like NATO.
But here's the thing, though.
I think NATO was more important to have than the United Nations.
Yeah, I still support NATO. But I will say this. I think the idea of United Nations was a good idea executed poorly. And because this is the reality.
Yeah.
They sit there and talk, right? We're talking about a group of countries that have come together, United Nations, and they're sitting there talking about what happened before even this war started or conflict started, right? In January, as I mentioned before, the Islamic regime massacred over 30. And when I say over 30, I'm talking about the number is maybe 50, 60,000 people, right? In 2 days. They sat there and they have all these minority countries that are the head of the United Nations are going over their assessment and the recommendation from the Secretary General
on the Human Rights Council.
Well, hold on. Let me just point this out. The recommendation is, we think we should sit down and talk about it more. 50, 60,000 people and more are dying. The regime was running into hospitals. People are on the operating table. And they're finishing the job. Bro.
Why isn't the United Nations talking about all the massacres that's happened to Christians in the continent of Africa?
I'm sure that they put Iran on the Human Rights Council.
Hold on. Tong. They have talked about it. And their recommendation is that they need to talk about it more.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, the I don't know how many billions of dollars of our tax money goes to United Nations, right? Meanwhile, they sit on their feet and do shit. That's what inspired. That's what Trump's been talking about. I mean, and he's right. They don't do anything.
Literally,
they don't do anything.
Like, and I'm just using her as an example. But Nicki Minaj, like, look how much that inspired her to take on the role of being a Trump supporter and all that stuff after what he was talking about was happening in Nigeria. And listen to this. The doctor that I go to here in Seattle, there's a woman that works there. She's from South Africa. She speaks Afrikaans. And that's what white people are considered in Africa is Afrikaners. They're not considered Africans, even though they've been there for 400 fucking years. And
it's
so,
a British spelling.
Look, they're getting fucking massacred by the thousands over there. And so once I learned of that from watching Alex Jones, I asked her because like I ask about people when I learned they're from different countries and stuff, and I knew she was from Africa, but I didn't know why they were here. And so before, when I asked about where she was from, she just told me that she was Afrikaner and they spoke Afrikaan. And I was like, that's cool. And so once I learned about what was going on to what was happening to Christians and white people in Africa, I asked her, I said, hey, I just learned recently about what's going on in Africa. I said, is that why you're here? She said, yeah. And I said, did anything happen to your family? Her dad got shot. The only reason I know that is because I asked, and she felt, but they came over, dude. They'd be dead right now, dude. If they didn't leave Africa and come here, they'd be fucking dead right now, only because they're Caucasian. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. And yeah.
So check this out, Ali.
And it's look what it inspired Nicki Minaj to become for that party.
Right. Yo, Tom, real quick. Ali, I just asked AI, was Iran ever part of the UN Human Rights Council? Check out its answer, dude. It says no. Iran has never been a member state of the UN Human Rights Council since its establishment in 2006.
The World Economic Forum?
Hold on. While it was a member of the predecessor body, the UN Commission on Human Rights, it is not secured a seat on the current council.
Can you
hold on.
Okay,
Check this out.
Okay.
However, Iran has held several controversial leadership and advisory roles within the UN HRC framework. Advisory committee member from 2026 to 28. Okay. Chair of the Asia Pacific Group, chair of the 2023 Social Forum. Iran's UN ambassador, Ali Bahraini, was appointed to chair the UN Human Rights Council Social Forum in November 2023, a move that drew significant international condemnation due to Iran's domestic human rights record. And Commission for Social Development in 2026.
That's crazy.
They definitely got social development going on right now. Can you ask
AI something for me? Can you ask, was Iran ever on the United Nations Women's Rights Committee?
Dude, listen to this.
I want to know what it says. Hold on. I want to know what this says real quick.
Okay. The World Economic Forum. So the person that is in the present, the person that is the current president,
Iran was a member of the UN Commission on the Status of Women, which is the primary intergovernmental body dedicated to women's rights. However, it was historically expelled in late 2022.
What years was that? Does it give you?
79 through 22.
Because
I'm going to tell you right now, women have hardly any rights in Iran.
Past terms. Iran has served multiple terms on the CSW, including a 4-year term that began in 2011.
Oh my God.
Well, hold on a second. That kind of makes sense because Iran, the women of that country have been pushing for this for a while now. A lot of them have been killed for it too.
Yeah.
So to find out that there's a woman on the council that's a humanitarian, it sounds like
it's the IRGC it's the IRGC that sits on the council, dude.
Oh, okay.
My point of asking that question about women's rights, because both human rights and women's rights, the fact that the United Nations would elect someone from Iran to be on either of those consoles is a slap in the face to humanity.
I was just going to say, I think we have thoroughly discredited the UN at this point.
But listen to this. So the World Economic Forum, their last president said that the best thing for the planet should be socialism. And their new president, or who I think it was the world, I'm pretty sure it's the World Economic Forum, or it's one of those global agencies, and the president is the guy from Nestle, and he said that humans don't have a natural right to fresh water.
We don't.
So
I would agree with that statement.
Color, yes,
without being disagreeable.
But you can't sit on the top of the world as a person who thinks that we don't have a right to fresh water, because that's what's going to lead to one day we're going to have to fight robots for fresh water.
Well, I understand your sentiment, but as a human, we don't have a right to anything.
We have a right to what was on the planet before.
We only have rights. Like you said it earlier. We only have rights for the things we can fight for.
Yeah, but okay, but you can't.
But let's be real. Yeah, I mean, we're animals.
Yeah,
dude.
but you can't be someone that is in a world organization.
No, I get what you're saying.
People don't have rights to fucking water.
Saying that in his position, I get what you're saying.
But this is. But you just.
But I would agree with what he's saying as a personal level.
You can't be. Good thing you're not in the United Nations.
Well, I know that's why I can't even stay on YouTube, man.
I get what the Color was what he was stating. I understand your premise, Color, but I think in reality, I think everyone is under the assumption we should have the right to water, because
that's why I agree with your sentiment. You know what I mean? Like I get what you're saying. You know, I
understand what you were saying.
I'm not trying to be disagreeable. I'm just saying that, when it comes to even the God-given rights that we have enumerated in our Bill of Rights, okay, we still had to show the rest of the world that our God and our God's sovereignty was strong enough to protect those rights through us and our physical ability to beat the shit out of other people.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say that without being atheistic,
that's what kind of pisses me off about the Bible. It's like, God,
even we had to fight on God's behalf.
If you didn't want us to have a foreskin, then what the fuck you give it to us for then?
Like our number one right is the freedom of speech and religion.
Like,
well, that religion includes the God that granted us those rights.
I was going to ask a question. What makes you think that God actually designed you the foreskin? But that would require a whole nother conversation, which I don't want to have right now.
Because he designed, Adam had to have one.
What makes you think God even exists?
The First Amendment is freedom of religion is because
I'm just talking about the Bible,
in order to believe that God,
you're the one that's a Catholic. What are you talking about?
Listen. The reason the First Amendment, the First Amendment is freedom of religion is because in order to believe that a God granted you rights, inalienable rights, you have to have the freedom to believe that.
When I say we have a right to fresh water, I don't mean God-given right. I mean, I was born on this planet.
But that's what our founders meant.
I have to have water.
But that's what our founders meant. That's what our founders meant, Tonk, is that there's these rights that we were born with.
Because they were pilgrims
that all humans are born with.
Because of Christian globalist bullshit is why they fucking were here. So
my only point is the reason freedom of religion is the very first one is because in order to believe that a God gave you rights, you have to be able to say you believe in that God.
But
Well, who fights for the right to say that, if not you?
I mean,
if somebody came into your home right
thank
now,
God, because
if
it's what he wrote
somebody came
about in
into your home right
Genesis.
now, Tonk, if somebody came into your home right now with a weapon and compelled you to keep your mouth shut, how would you protect your right to open your mouth?
By shooting him.
Exactly. Through force.
Okay.
It's not because you were born with that right. It's because you have the ability to enforce.
We're going too many directions on rights right now. Like I'm saying that I was born on this planet. Okay. I have to have two things to live: food and water. So that's my right. It's not given to me by anybody besides me fucking being here. So for somebody to stand
in that respect, I would agree that you have the right to go to a lake.
You don't have a right to fresh water. You could suck every fucking nipple on this fucking cow right here.
From that perspective, yes, I believe you have the right to go find a lake. You have the right to go find a lake and drink from it. Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't need to go any further than that.
Agreed.
Doesn't need to go.
See how we can come to agreement? See how two adults can come to agreement like that?
That's why, like,
we're teaching the world right now, Tonk.
And fuck globalist bullshit, and like, fuck socialist bullshit. Like, that only works in little tiny sections of people. Like, I've seen people try to start a socialist communist in the middle of Seattle. I seen people try to start that. I went there and gave a speech there, but they're just creating the same thing that we already have.
But do you see from their standpoint, Tonk, they're saying exactly the same thing, but that you have the right to this, to X, Y, and Z, and the government will enforce that right.
I mean, yes,
they're saying they have a right to take over the city.
Those are different rights than.
And until the government did something about it, what did they do, Tonk?
Yeah,
they enforced that right, and they took over the city.
They did. They did.
I mean, I'll give them credit for that.
They let them have, but once somebody got killed, that's when the city went in and ended it. They would have let it keep going probably for a long time. If nobody would have got killed, they probably would have let it go for a long time.
Now, Tonk, here's the interesting thing.
And it was very interesting to see, though, because people were really, really willing to try to make something like this happen. And it can work. That's how all civilization started.
Well, Tonk, here's the interesting thing is if they weren't delusional and the Seattle government really was tyrannical, then I might say what they did was right.
Right.
They had the right to do what they did.
But they did it because of what happened to George Floyd fucking 10
but
states
they weren't
away.
Exactly. They weren't doing it because of a tyrannical government. They didn't do it because of Seattle.
Like, the Seattle police, dude, it's a fucking mess.
Right. When they're literally standing down, how do they justify overthrowing their government when the government's literally standing down?
But what pisses me off about socialism and communism is this. Mondami in New York hired this woman that has a family house in Tennessee that's worth at least $1 million. And she has said it publicly that white people having home ownership is racist and that they should lose their house to communism and it should belong to the collective.
So change out home ownership.
She said that people in New York
now change out home ownership with water, and you'll see what I meant.
To have to. This is but these are two different things, though.
I agree, but are they really?
But like to say that now all these people in New York, specifically white people, is what she said as a white woman, that they have to give up their home property to the collective. So what about black people or Hispanic people? Is it not? Obama owns a house.
What if I dug a well? What if I dug a well to get water for myself? Does everybody else have a right to that water?
Yes.
What's the difference? If I built a home,
everybody has a
everybody have a right to that home?
But that's not the same.
If I built a big mansion, does everybody have a right to come in that mansion?
It's not the same thing.
It is the same thing. I put the hard work effort into digging the well. It's my water.
No, I'm saying people have a right to water. I don't mean your well.
But how do the people get water?
There's lakes.
I know. And I already said that everybody has the right to go drink from a lake.
Okay, but we're talking about two different.
We're talking about facilities that make it possible for us to turn on a faucet and get water.
You're getting me off point though, okay? That's not my point. My point is that this millionaire is telling other people that they have to give up their property. So since she said that, she should have, that's what her family should have to do to demonstrate.
Agreed.
Okay, you said that people need to give up their property to the community. You have to start doing that then.
Right. So how is that different from the community mandating that you, hold on, how is that different than the community mandating that you dig a well for the community? We need water.
That's not the same as me owning a house and having to
I'm telling you that it's the same. It is the same, because what you're saying is she's wrong for expecting the person to provide for the community.
It's only rich white people who say things like that.
Right.
It's not poor people who work for everything that they have.
Rich white people.
I went to a rich white people school, and it was the only time I ever went to one. I stopped going after that.
So let's make it rich white people. What's the difference between her saying that rich white people should be forced to provide for the community? How is that different than saying rich white people should have to dig wells for our water? We have a right to that water.
You're going in two different directions here. I'm
saying that I agree with you. She's wrong.
I know she is wrong.
I'm
not talking about it well. I'm telling you right now, I have property in Florida.
I'm just associating it with our earlier debate.
I'm racist because I have property in Florida and tries to take it from me.
They're
not going to get away with doing that.
Since we agree that she's wrong, I'm now using that to show my position on the earlier debate about water, because to me, it's the same thing.
Okay, and that's fine.
It's just my opinion, bro.
That's your perspective.
You have a different perspective that I respect.
But
I don't want you to think just because I get all excited that I don't respect your position.
It's just like it's only look. I've seen it my whole fucking life. Every time somebody, after my mom died, I mourned like fucking crazy. I wore her bandanas. I fucking did things that people didn't like. They didn't like that I did things like that. And they always made sure to tell me that. And every person that ever had an issue with the way I mourned for my mom was someone that had both parents that were married their entire fucking life. Okay. My parents were never together my entire life that I remember. So I never had a fucking, it was always a broken home.
Me neither. Although
so like after I lost my mom, every person that was judgmental towards me was somebody who has both parents that are still alive and married. So it's like it's people that have
it's no different than the people that judge you from your gated community, Tonk.
It's people that have no idea what it's like to go through what I went through that judge me the most. And that's what I see about socialism and communism, is that it's these rich fucking high class people that talk to people that have had to work for everything their entire life. They call
those luxury
like
beliefs.
They have any idea what that's like, and they say things like that. That it's racist to be home ownership, but it's like you don't actually understand what it's like to be homeless, to not have a place to live. Like, she's never known what that's like to not have a place to live. I've known
she's a
what that's
champagne
like
liberal, bro.
to literally know that I don't have a place to live. I've known what that's like many times in my life. And it's only people who say things like that are the same people who have never known what it's like to not have a home. They've never known. They've never had that as a construct in their mind. That's why they're able to say those things.
And that's how you know they're a fraud when they say they grew up in the hood.
It's you can't actually say these things if you actually lived it. You can't. Like, she has $1 million house in Tennessee, and she's talking about other people need to give up theirs.
Right.
That's fucking
meanwhile,
crazy.
Meanwhile, have you been to the Appalachians lately?
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. Why do people support something like that?
Because they're racist. Because they are actually the racist, Tonk.
I know, and
it's the same people. It's the same people. It's the same people that think voter ID is going to negatively affect the black community.
This guy is in power. This woman is trying to do that to New York. Like, she's trying to do that. Like, how can people stand for something like that? That's 37
states
crazy.
Offer a free ID.
Everything that I have, every single thing that I have is because of my hard work and only because of my hard work. Everything that was given to me was because I earned what was given to me, and I used that. And I was always a good person, and I stayed out of trouble because I always had I always have so much to lose. Even if I have this fucking much, I treat it as if I have so much to fucking lose. And so it's like like the way that I see people talk, I could just tell that they've never known what it's like to really struggle in life and like have to do it all on their own. Like you could just tell. And so like when I see these people now that they're in power and they say these things, it just pisses me the fuck off that people are allowing people like that to be in power. Like, how dare you say that it's racist to own a house? Obama owns a house.
Bro, it's no different than the people that wag their finger at everybody from a gated community, dude.
Like, Reggie Bush bought his mom a house when he started college. Was that racist? It's like, it's my cousin's Cuban grandparents that fled communist Cuba had a house in Florida. Did they have that house because they're fucking racist? It's like, chick, what the fuck are you talking about?
She's never left.
Somebody to actually say something like that.
She's never left her neighborhood.
It's crazy, man. In Mondami to want, like, what you want someone that's like, how are people voting for this? How are people fucking voting for this? It's fucking crazy. He's literally, there was a guy that just held someone at knife point, and Mondami defended the fucking guy that was the knife guy. Like, he defended him, said, "Oh, you shouldn't."
Well, he needed to feed his family, bro.
That fucking guy.
He needed to feed his family, bro. Hey, I feel you, bro. I'm right with you on it, man.
I don't understand it, dude. How can you say that it's racist?
Look, it's the same as the anti-gun people that wag their finger at everybody from a gated community, bro.
I spent $7,000 just on the air conditioning unit for my house in Florida to help out my dad. And then I spent $1,500 to clean up the trees in the backyard. And then I've been paying to do the lawn. I also pay for my dad's cell phone. I bought my dad a truck. Okay, I did all of this stuff for the house that we have in Florida. So according to that woman, I did all of that because I'm fucking racist.
Right, right.
I took care of my dad who has a traumatic brain injury. Okay. I pay for his phone bill. Okay. And I help him preserve the house that we have in Florida where I buried my dog and where I buried my mom's urn. So me wanting to preserve all of that and have it for future generations, you're telling me that that's fucking racist?
Right, right. No, see, Tonk.
What the fuck are you like, dude? When I heard that woman say that, I got so fucking mad inside.
No, what she was saying
It's
was
not even fucking funny, dude.
what she was saying was she would rather you go pick out a minority somewhere, hire them as your servant, and provide for them in such a way that they have no freedom and no liberty. It's almost as if she wanted you to do that with your money.
And then, dude, Mondami said literally that he's going to raid all the funds of these. He's going to raid all the funds, the school fund, and all this shit to save New York. Like, it. What a fucking dumbass. I would ask the president for help before I would raid a fucking teacher's fund. Ask the president for help.
These people are slave masters and they should be marginalized from our society.
It's fucking crazy, dude. It's fucking, how did people, look, I've seen it myself, okay? I used to live at a place here in Seattle where a bunch of people lived in and out of there for years and years and years. And every fucking year there'd be a stack this big of voting ballots. I could have voted for 10 people every fucking election that happened. I could have voted for almost 10 fucking people. So how much do you think that's happened in other places?
So you're saying it's a pretty good slap to the face when the media tells you that there's no fraud.
Yeah, there's no fraud. Georgia has publicly admitted that they did fraudulent voting ballots in 2020.
And the Supreme Court does nothing about it because they're like, we crunched the numbers and it wouldn't have changed the results anyway.
That there's been dead people on voting ballots. It's like, I think that I think it was fraudulent, the election in New York. I don't know how they voted that guy in.
You got to realize, Tonk, they have bled their population. There's nobody left in New York but loyalists to him.
Yeah, I guess it's just crazy, man.
And people might think that that's anecdotal, but go look at the graphs. Go look at the line graph from the population of New York from the year 2000 to the year 2020. Go look at it.
And this is what I mean. And then he serves a religion that recommends and lying, okay, to push Islam. He's sworn in on a book that legally allows him to lie if he's pushing Islam.
Joe's like New York City, not New York State for what it's worth.
Well, you to tell the truth.
It's pretty much worth Buffalo, Joe.
The Bible compels you to tell the truth. That's why we're sworn in on it in the government, because they want you to be compelled to tell the truth. And then these people are getting sworn in on a Bible, on a document that recommends lying to push. I don't know how people are fucking are like, how are they supporting this shit? Like, when that woman said that, I got so fucking mad it's not even funny, because I'm just so fucking tired of people that never dealt with what I've dealt with talk to me that way.
So just to kind of give you some statistics, Color, I actually kind of changed what you were asking, how many people moved or left that city, right? I changed it to how many of those citizens or residents moved from New York City to Florida, just to give you an example.
A shit ton.
And from 2000 to 2025, the number ranges anywhere between 500,000 to 700,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Well,
Just to Florida alone. Just to
that
Florida.
can change that can change an entire election. That statistic right
one of the
there.
other things that
but
changed,
there's people moving in. But look at the people that are moving in that are probably supporters.
Along those lines, Ollie.
Yeah.
I've done this research. That's why I brought it up a couple of years ago. And what I did was I didn't look at how many moved to Florida, but what I did do was I compared the graph, the line chart for their population compared to Florida's. And Florida from the year 2000 to 2020 is a hockey stick.
What does that mean?
And on top of that, in the year 2020, Florida surpassed New York as the third largest population in the country. They're fourth now. We basically switched places. Before, we had 17.9 million people. They had 22. Now we have 21 and they have 19. That's facts.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Color. I was just looking at Florida alone just to kind of look at what that number is, because 500 to 700,000 is a lot. That's a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. That's what allowed us to basically switch places with them on the rank the rank.
And I'm looking here just to give you retrospect of it from 2000 to 2020. At least they are saying it ranges anywhere between 1 million and 1.3 million residents have moved away from. Actually, no, that's still.
Yeah, see, before I had it, everything up.
Oh, check this out. Check this out. So before I had it just for New York City, now I changed it to New York, and it's saying New York residents to Florida has been 1.3 million, which is still a lot, but I want to change it to what Color's asking. So let me change this for a second.
No, you know what's crazy about the mayor here in Seattle? Her first, the first thing she's got to do is no ICE agents allowed here and putting up signs and doing this. And now she's telling grocery stores that they can't leave, that they're not allowed to close down and leave. But what's crazy?
I love when they try that stupid shit.
But it's like, does she even think about why they want to leave? Is it because people go in there?
Well, Tuck, I love when they try that stupid shit.
No, but you don't understand. Like, these people go into these grocery stores and steal and loiter and fucking act all crazy and shit.
Her problem is she's fighting against liberty.
And instead of focusing on why these grocery stores want to leave, you just say they can't leave. And I'm the mayor.
Well, her problem is
why don't you deal with the problem on why they want to?
Well, hold on. Her problem is she's fighting liberty itself, because if I don't want to open my fucking store, she ain't gonna make me open my fucking store.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's fighting liberty itself, dude. Come on,
dude. It's
so funny when they try that shit. They tried that with. Dude, listen, when somebody tried to leave Washington State, tried to move their company from Washington, and Washington flipped, or maybe it was in New York that they were trying to leave. I can't remember. It might have even been an Elon company, but they were trying to leave one of these states, and the state was trying to pass laws to not allow them to leave and shit. And it's like, okay. You know what I mean? Like,
crazy, dude.
What if they all just decided not to go to work?
That's fucking communist bullshit.
But what if the whole company, what if whoever owned the company said, you know what, everybody, don't show up for work tomorrow?
Yeah, but like,
are they going to really make them open their doors?
Dude, one of the first things that was told about her was, like, they interviewed her parents after she won, and like the happiest thing that they seemed to be was that they didn't have to pay for her rent anymore because she lived with them. Like, that's like how happy they were about her becoming mayor, was that she finally moves out. Like, I like that's what your parents got to say about you winning the election is that you're finally moving out. Like it's like where did this lady? They're like putting up signs around ICE agents. It's like these ICE agents are trying to arrest child sex offenders and people that hurt people. Like, worry about the fucking heroin users and all the trash everywhere.
Oh, again, same dynamic as Iran. Same dynamic as Iran. They want to sit there and complain about the files and all that while they want to obstruct ICE from getting rid of people that are doing that to children.
I know. It's like, dude, like these.
Like, spare me the sanctimonium. You know what I mean?
It's like she's literally got up a sign and she's taking a picture and she's like,
wait, Color. Did you just admit that the protesters that are support, like, are anti-ICE, and especially anti freeing Iran and pro-regime, are they all paid for by IRGC? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know, but the whole thing is, Ollie, and it's even the ones that I was, the non-left people that I was talking about, right? That sit here and talk about, oh, we don't want to die for Israel and this stuff like that, right? Well, those are the same people that are saying that Trump betrayed them by not releasing all the files, by continuing the cover-up. And the reason they're so pissed at him is because their whole reason for voting for him was to protect the children and get all that exposed. And he betrayed us. And now he's attacking a country where it is literally legal by law
to marry a
9-year-old. And they've got a problem with it.
And consummate the marriage that night.
And because Israel's involved, they have a problem with it.
It's fucking crazy,
I'm
dude.
sorry. They're anti-Semitic. And I don't even believe Jews are Semitic.
I hate the term.
But as far as we use that word,
it's like such a
anti-Semitic. I'm sorry,
they are weapon. It's like just because I have something to say about the Israeli government,
problems with Israel too.
I
got problems with Israel too, but this ain't one of them.
It's fucking stupid ass.
I mean,
shit.
God, it's like these people can't think for themselves, Tonk. They can't hold two juxtaposed positions. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, if I wanted to,
they don't have the capacity to recognize Israel does some fucked up shit, but what they're doing right now is good.
If I wanted to be killed by a cop, I would go do what Renee Good did and Alex Preddy did. Like, if I wanted a cop to kill me, that's the type of shit I would go do.
And the average Jew doesn't really respect what Israel does either. But the average Jew is happy for the Iranians right now.
Yeah. They definitely are. They definitely are.
And yes, so what? Yes. Goyim unite. If you want to call me one of their Goyim, go the fuck ahead.
It just sucks, man, because like
all I know is Rome has a lot more to answer for to my people than Jews ever will.
Because it's like ever since I've been
talking about like more than
ever since I started
Rome has been responsible for slaughtering more Germans than any other people in history. Yeah, they've likely slaughtered billions of us.
How? What do you mean?
Over the history of mankind.
Rome was at war with Germania for like ever.
Rome was slaughtering Germans from the very moment of their existence.
Yeah. Yeah. They woke up and they're like, we're Romans. We're at war with Germania. The Germanics have to die.
Barbarians. They've called us vandals. You name it. They still use the word vandalism today and nobody gives a shit.
Oh, for real? That's what that came from?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no offense, but there's a lot of vandalism that goes on here in Seattle.
I'm not a weak person, Tonk. I understand that we have a meaning of vandalism today. Fuck where it came from. It means what it means today. No big deal. You know what I mean? But for these people that want to sit here and police everybody's language, stop using the word vandal.
Yeah, exactly.
Rome used it as a cudgel, as a trope against Germans, and used it to justify slaughtering Germans.
Well, just like so Gavin Newsom, you know, they had a reservoir that was filled with water and they drained it right before the Palisades fires happened. How was the LA mayor? How was everyone that had to do with that? How are they not in jail right now? And then Gavin Newsom goes to Atlanta and tells the whole audience that he has a low SAT score and he can't read, and this is how he's trying to say he's like them. That shit's crazy, dude. If I was gonna say I'm like a black person, I would say like things like I celebrate culture, and you know, like hip hop, or I'm a go getter, you know, or a hustler, or
you know,
how many Italians
you know,
were
I
at
wouldn't
Nuremberg?
say that.
How many Italians were at Nuremberg?
Like, if I'm trying to say I'm like someone, I don't know, man. You don't say the bad things.
How many Mussolini supporters? How many Italian fascists were at Nuremberg?
Like Ali, I'm like you. I'm independent. You know, I want Iran liberated, not. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna say, you know, like my mom also had cancer and stuff. Like,
I will give Gavin Newsom credit where credit is due, and the one thing I did like about what you said there is that he told the truth. He can't read, and he doesn't know anything, and he is uneducated. I agree with you 100% there.
But dude, I bet you he's gonna win the DNC.
Well, that's because he has a lot of uneducated and moronic people that probably have low SAT scores.
And then there was a video of Hillary Clinton saying that she carries around a bottle of hot sauce. Like, yo, get the fuck out of here, you trifling ass, lying ass woman. Like that pandering fucking bullshit, dude. Like people that's racism.
When did we ever hold the Vatican accountable for legitimizing what the dog lovers did?
Doug, I have black friends. I would never do, like, it's like I hang out with my black friends because we're friends, not because I'm trying to pander, you know, to a creed or race. Like, these are my friends and I'm going to be who I am. And they accept me for who I am. I accept them for who they am. Like, he doesn't have to say, oh, I watched, you know, Transformers today. Like, I don't, you know, just like I don't have to say, you know, it's just like, it's fucking, like, when I see, that's racism, though, but that's what racism is. What I see from the left and like, that's racism. They think black people should do things a certain way because they're black. Like, that's fucking racism. And then if he does, and if you don't do it, that now they're, and dude, there's some people I follow on social media, and one dude he said it like, it's a terrible word. It's called coon is what he's been called. Like it's like, as soon as the Democrats see a black person vote for Trump, they call him words like that. And the word coon, that's a really fucking racist word. And I don't want to say it again. But like, when people use that word, that's almost worse than the N-word, in my opinion, because they're only using it because like in the community, the, you know, rappers and stuff, they use the N-word with, you know, A at the end all the time, but they don't use the other words, the C word. They don't use that word. You know what I'm saying? In music and stuff, like, if someone is using that word directed at a black person, they're trying to really, really hurt that person. It's like, I see that all the time from the left.
You're right. How's that any different than Hillary's code switching? They
call him that. And it's like, that's fucking racism, man. That's the real racism.
I'm sick of them all doing that shit.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
I'm sick of them all doing that shit.
It's crazy.
Donald Trump pandering to black people ain't no different than Hillary code switching. They all do it. I'm sick of it all.
I don't think Trump panders to black people.
Well, whatever. Even if you did, and not saying you do, though some people.
I think that he supports people.
Yeah, but
that are
I have some friends that do believe that.
Different than
pandering. My point is that it's no different than Hillary code switching, and it's like I'm just sick of it all. I really wish everybody would just stop with this shit.
Hey, and I'm not gonna argue, but I know the difference. Like I know the difference.
Right. You could and crypto could say the same thing.
Like,
so you both have your opinions, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what I can't stand is when we sit here and let that cackling, trifling hoe code switch, and nobody holds her responsible for it.
It's just like I don't know, man. That's true racism. Like, to use those words to somebody because they voted for Trump is fucking crazy. And you can't call a white person that. You can only call black people that. So how is that not racist? Like, in the very hurtful words of what I've seen.
Can I ask a question?
To black people whenever they're called,
that's the point
it's crazy,
of it. That's
dude.
The point of it all, Tonk.
It's
is
crazy
all these
how
words
fucking
are
racist.
meant to hurt people.
It's crazy.
That's
the KKK.
That's the overarching point.
Biden went to the funeral of Robert Byrd, an ex-Klan member, a leader in the Klan. Biden went to his funeral. Obama went to his funeral, and Clinton went to his funeral. Biden said at his funeral that he was a good person and a great mentor, an ex-Klan member. So tell me right now who's racist. Did Trump go to that funeral? No. But all the past three Democrat presidents,
there's a lot of children,
funeral, dude.
I don't even care anymore. All I know is there's a lot of children in Iran that are going to have a better future now. That's all I know.
I do agree with that. I do agree with that. I do have a question about pandering, though, if you don't mind me asking.
Go right ahead.
So pandering, I understand the meaning of it is being like, for example, just saying what people want to hear, right? To get maybe some form of approval or approval gain or something like that.
Dude, he helped out Jesse Jackson like crazy.
But so a lot of people accuse Trump of pandering to the Iranian people before the war or conflict actually started by telling them one day to keep fighting, take your institutions, and he
Biden, Clinton, and Obama went to Robert Byrd's funeral. Look it up, dude. You've already called me racist, and you're one of the people that's called me racist, Crypto. So I'm honestly on this topic right now. I don't want to hear it because you've already been someone that's called me racist. You've already been someone that's called me racist, and it's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
To be fair, Crypto is referring to pandering to blacks, not Iranians.
I understand. I have a question that has to do with pandering.
It's all of our other previous presidents that have pandered to Iranians.
I'm not very versed in the person that Tonk is talking about at all, to be honest. I don't know anything about that funeral, so I can't really talk about that. But I do have a question about pandering because this was a conversation I had with someone else because they felt at some point that Trump was just pandering to the Iranian people and he's not going to actually support them and the conflict was never going to happen, right? My question to you is, if you're pandering, right, and you actually act on your promise, is it considered pandering anymore?
No.
At that point,
that's not
pandering. Was never pandering at all, right?
That was never pandering in the first place.
Well,
some people saying he was pandering and he spoke out his left cheek and he was never going to do anything. Well, he finally did. So was he pandering?
Called freedom of speech.
I'd just like to offer an honest answer, Crypto, and you can agree with me or not. And you know how I feel. I don't really care if you're going to use language a certain way to make me out to be a certain way. It don't bother me anymore. But if you want an answer to that question, there's a problem with the question. Okay. You're asking how come Donald Trump have people waving flags. Well, he didn't have them do it.
They did it on their own.
He just doesn't.
It's freedom of
He
speech.
just doesn't trample their First Amendment right.
Yeah, exactly.
And how do you know that those people weren't escorted out? Did anybody report that part of it?
Look,
I don't know. Maybe he didn't. I don't know.
Look, I got friends. I have lots of friends, and
I don't know.
I can have these opinions.
But if you believe that he actually called up groups and were like,
no, it's not what happened. If you
bring
look
your
up
flag,
real,
then that's your opinion. And I
if you
can't
look up
change that.
real Nazis right now that are alive that like group up and do shit, they fucking hate Trump. Real Nazis fucking hate Trump. Like Nazis that wear swastikas and group and do shoots together and meet up and do it publicly. They fucking hate Trump. Look it up. I seen it. I've seen a meeting of them.
Look,
they did a meeting in front of a school, and they said Trump loves Epstein.
They believe Trump secretly called up a bunch of people to have them bring those flags. Then I can't change that opinion.
I don't believe that.
And he has a right to have that opinion.
I don't believe that.
I don't either. But he has a right to believe that.
He gave Jesse Jackson a free office when Jesse Jackson ran for politics. A free office.
You know, we all that's the other thing is that we all got to stop thinking that disagreeing and having the opposite opinion as somebody else means that
they're our enemy.
We're going to gain political power to like kill everybody in the world. Like I am never
like I'm your enemy.
I am never going to have power. Okay. I'm never going to have the ability to exact my code onto the world. Okay. So it doesn't even matter.
But it's not coincidence that Clinton, Biden, and Obama all went to Robert Byrd's funeral. It's not coincidence.
No, he didn't. Joe Biden didn't. Joe Biden has always been
he's always been racist.
No, but what I'm saying is he never trampled anybody's First Amendment. Now the bureaucracy around him,
he
different.
Spoke at his funeral. Dude, that guy was in our fucking Congress, dude. Fuck that guy. See, right, look, you're already starting to defend it.
No, I'm gonna debate this because
you're starting to defend it.
He wants context for Robert Byrd, right? But he don't want context for the other guy that the Republicans venerated in his funeral. What was his name?
Fuck that.
Strom Thurmond.
That. No.
They won't provide context for that.
He wasn't just a nobody that was drafted. He was like a leader in the Klan. Okay?
All right, gentlemen.
That guy.
I'm gonna head out. I don't know anything about this conversation. So I'm sorry.
I'm really sad. I'm really sad that I do even know anything about it, Ali. To be honest with you.
What did you say? What did you say?
I'm sad that I do even know anything about it.
That's crazy that Biden would say
I can't speak to it, and I don't want to say anything wrong with because I don't really know.
And you know who started the KKK? Guess which party started the KKK?
A bunch of disgusting motherfuckers. That's all we need to know.
That's who started. Some dumb fuck, stupid person. Exactly. It doesn't
matter what they called themselves. They could call themselves Jesus Christ, and it would be this. It'd be no different. I wouldn't be going blaming Christians.
Globalist fucking bullshit. All right. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night. Y'all have a good night.